Hey, everyone. Thank you. Thanks so much for coming. Welcome to the very first Supabase Select. We are so excited to have you here. I know a lot of you have traveled all over the world to come, so we really, really appreciate it, and we want to meet all of you. So if you see anyone, like all these folks over here in the yellow with the yellow badge, please talk to us. We can't wait to meet you. So I'm Craig. I work on DevRel and marketing at Supabase, and I'm just here to greet you. So I am going to bring up now Ant Wilson, who is the co-founder and CTO of Supabase. Thank you.
Hello. Thanks everyone for coming. To clear the air, yes, I'm the guy who pauses your databases. And I have no regrets. Welcome to the first Supabase conference. This is crazy for us. This is the first time we're doing something this big. So thank you all for coming. Thanks for everyone watching online. And thanks to YC for hosting us in this incredible space. So yeah, round of applause for YC. So the Supabase tagline is build in a weekend, scale to millions. And today we're going to talk about both of these things. And we're going to start with our very own founding story. So Koppel and I met in Singapore. We lived in a hacker house with 7 entrepreneurs, and people were building all kinds of crazy stuff. And most of us were building with Firebase. We love Firebase. You go to the website, you click a few buttons, you get a backend, and then you drop one line of JavaScript in your application, and you can start streaming data. But there was another database that we loved, and that's Postgres. 3 decades of development, fully open source, used at scale by pretty much every major enterprise on Earth. And so we thought, why don't we take all the cool bits of Firebase and put it on top of Postgres? And the more we thought about it, it was one of those things that seems like this should obviously exist in the world already. And it didn't, so we went and we built it. But we had one big problem. We didn't have any users outside of the people who lived in our apartment. And so here's the story of the first real Supabase user. YC companies are famous for being great early adopters. But there wasn't a ton of YC companies in Southeast Asia at the time. But there was one. Zendit. Think Stripe for Southeast Asia. Actually, if you speak to Patrick later from Stripe, he'll probably tell you that Stripe is the Stripe of Southeast Asia. But we'll leave that up to those guys to discuss. And Koppel happened to know a couple of the guys from Zendit. And so we went to the Zendit office to do a Collison install. So Collison install, named after the Collison brothers from Stripe, is when you drive to the office of the people you want to sell to, and you manually write the integration code for them. And so we drove to the Zendit office, and we get there and we say, we want you guys to use Supabase as your main transactional database. And they politely said no. But they did have a new project that they were planning to build. There's a list of known money launderers that they needed in the database. And when a new customer comes in for them, they want to compare against this list of known money launderers to know whether they should ban the account or not. And so Koppel went away, and he spent the next 2 days building this application. I think people now call this the forward-deployed engineer. And so the next step for us was to apply for YC. And Jared, our YC partner, called us up. And his first question was, guys, have you got any users? As a matter of fact, Jared, we do. So Jared invites us for an interview. and we do a remote Zoom interview from Singapore to SF. And apparently, we heard this story years later. What happened was they would ask us a question, and then there would be a huge lag and an outage, and they would miss the entire answer. And Jared was in the room like, no, these guys are great. Trust me, these guys are great. And so thanks to Jared, he got us into the batch. But we would do the whole batch remotely from Singapore because of COVID. So it was summer 2020, and we were in a strict lockdown in Singapore at the time. And we could only leave the apartment to do groceries, and the rest of the time in the flat. But it was really great for starting a company, because we would wake up at 9, build all day. The YC batch would start at midnight Singapore time. We'd do YC midnight until 3 a.m., and then we'd wake up the next day and do it all again. And we got so much done in this first 3-month period. I think the kids are now calling it 996. And so after a couple of weeks of this, we had more users. But our website at the time looked like this. It's the original Supabase website, designed by a couple. And our tagline was real-time Postgres. But people didn't really know what that meant. And on a whim, one day, we said, let's call it the open source Firebase alternative. And then everything changed. It became clear to people what we were trying to do. And it got picked up on Hacker News. And it went crazy. We went from 80 to 800 databases in pretty much one day. And then that's when things really started moving for us. And over the next 4 years, between 2020 and 2024, we'd go to 1 million developers on the platform. Over 1,000 YC companies now building with Supabase. And the community grew and grew. In fact, this year we did a round of community meetups, and there were Supabase events in 130 cities around the world, which is crazy for us. But then at the end of last year, something even more crazy happened.
I'm Eric Simons. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Bolt.do.
My name is Anton. I'm building Lovable.
Jared Palmer. I'm the creator of V0.
When we were deciding on how to build backend functionality for our users, what we saw is that many of them absolutely love the Supabase. Almost half of all Y Combinator startups, they build on top of Supabase.
V0 integrates with Supabase pretty seamlessly. If you ask V0 to generate some sort of application and it needs Supabase, you'll be prompted to generate in the application.
It's the best product in the world for building authentication and actually storing and retrieving data,
So we started getting integrated into these AI developer platforms, Lovable Cloud, V0, Bolt V2, and now Figma Make, who are going to be in the other building. So if you want to see Figma and the Make product, definitely go and speak to those guys. And this has led to an additional 3.5 million developers building with Supabase this year. And so that brings us to today. We're lucky enough to hear the stories of these amazing people. We have Patrick from Stripe, Dylan from Figma, James from Firebase is going to be here, who's been a huge inspiration for Supabase and a fan of ours since the start. We'll have a great conversation with James later. And so I've talked about our build in a weekend story, and now I'm going to invite Koppel to the stage to talk about how we scale to millions and what's next for Supabase. Thank you.
Thanks, Ant. Is this working? Can you hear me? Yep, great. Okay, so today I want to focus on Supabase, where we've come from and where we're going. Since we started Supabase, our goal has been to create the platform that's both simple and scalable. This year, we've grown the platform to meet the demands of some of our largest customers. We've expanded the possibility of Postgres, adding modules like cron jobs and queues for handling background workers. We made it really simple to get started by releasing a UI library backed by Shadcn. We've pioneered the use of AI to make, build, and query your database, especially for those who don't know how to use SQL or are just learning. And we've introduced declarative schemas, so your database structure is always stored in code, defined in code, and synced automatically using Git. But the Supabase philosophy is less about features, and it's more about standards and ecosystems. Today, we're releasing support for 2 new standards for 2 new ecosystems. First is Web3. Some of the world's largest Web3 businesses run on Supabase, using our platform as a bridge between applications and blockchains. Today, we're making it even more seamless by releasing sign-in with Web3. So you can now use Supabase Auth to sign in with either Solana or Ethereum. This has been one of our most demanded features. It was developed in collaboration with the Solana Foundation and a member of our Supabase community. Maintaining our focus on standards, it's implemented using the open standard EIP 4361. Let's shift our focus to the AI ecosystem. This year, Supabase has become incredibly popular with AI builders like Lovable, V0, Figma, and Bolt.new, as well as local tools like Cursor and Claude Code. One of the emerging protocols for this wave is MCP. And today we're releasing support for the remote MCP server for Supabase. Remote MCP for development and branching opens our platform up to new tools, including ChatGPT, which just last month added MCP support for developers. We want to keep security top of mind, so we're encouraging everyone to use MCP for all of their development needs, and especially in branching. To facilitate this, we're also adding MCP to the local Supabase stack, so you get a fully sandboxed development environment. We have a lot more to say about MCP and the new features and security recommendations. So if you want to hear more, go to Greg's talk later on this afternoon at the build stage. So now let's look a bit to the future and what we're going to do in the Postgres ecosystem. Since this is our first conference, I want to spend some time talking about where we're going. Postgres is already the heart of everything we do. It's really powerful, it's reliable, it's the most loved, and actually the most popular database in the world. But as good as Postgres is, any database can be better. After 5 years of running over 9 million databases, we've become intimately familiar with some of the scaling challenges that you can face running Postgres. We've run into challenges with storage, with the Postgres engine itself, and with orchestration. Let's look at how Supabase will solve these challenges, starting with storage. 3 years ago, we started funding a Postgres extension called Oriole. Oriole is developed by a Postgres core contributor called Alexander Korotkov. The goal of Oriole is quite ambitious. It's to solve some of the wicked problems of Postgres storage. To name a few of them, the features, Oriole adds indexed organized tables. It doesn't require vacuum, which I'm sure many of you operating Postgres at scale are pretty familiar with some of the challenges of vacuum. It solves the infamous wraparound problem of Postgres for large tables. And finally, it adds pluggable storage so that anyone in the world can add alternative storage engines to Postgres, not just the ones that we want for our platform. And the results speak for themselves. Oriole benchmarks are up to 5.5 times faster than the default storage engine for Postgres. So at this point, you're probably thinking, couple, that all sounds great, so what's the catch? The catch is that pluggable storage has actually been attempted a few times in the Postgres ecosystem. And it didn't work because, quite frankly, it's a lot of work. And more work than most companies are willing to commit to. But luckily, Supabase is not most companies. Oriole started as an open source project, and the goal has been to upstream everything that is developed to the Postgres core. But there's one small fly in the ointment, and that is that the Oriole technology was backed by a patent. And so we acquired Oriole, and for the past 1.5 years, we've been working to acquire that patent. And I'm proud to announce that just last month, we finalized the process, and we're making the patent freely available to the open source community. That's not all for Oriole and Postgres. An additional goal of Oriole is to use S3 as a first-class citizen for tiered storage. This allows you to split your storage between Postgres and S3. Oriole enables Postgres to store and retrieve that data, especially if it's less frequently used. And this got us thinking a lot about the future of the Supabase platform. As you all know, Postgres isn't a one-trick pony. It can also be used for vectors and embeddings. In 2023, Supabase was one of the first to champion Postgres as a vector database, using pgvector. And 2 years later, Supabase users are storing petabytes of embeddings across the platform. But AI is eating the world, and as AI becomes cheaper, generating, storing, and using those embeddings needs to become cheaper too. This year, we'll be introducing vector buckets for bottomless embeddings. Users will be able to start with pgvector and then move less frequently used embeddings directly into S3. But developers on Supabase shouldn't have to think about different storage platforms. For Supabase developers, we always want everything to feel like it's just Postgres. So later this year, we're going to release Supabase ETL, an open source Rust server that can stream Postgres data directly into S3. And we're not stopping at vectors. Some of our largest customers have huge data warehouses. These customers often ask me, what's the best way to use these data warehouses with Supabase? For a long time, I actually didn't really know the answer to this question. We didn't feel that Postgres is up for the job. It's not really designed as a data warehouse. However, something changed within the ecosystem in the past year. A new standard emerged called Iceberg. This is an open format that allows companies to store their data in a standard format, and then they can query it using any popular database or anything that supports Iceberg. Popular databases like ClickHouse or DuckDB, for example. To support this emerging format, 2 months ago, we added analytics buckets to Supabase storage. But we weren't 100% satisfied with the implementation because Postgres doesn't have support for Iceberg. So we asked ourselves, if companies are storing their warehouse data with Supabase, how can we make it accessible within Postgres? And fortunately, Postgres has a native feature called a foreign data wrapper. You can use the foreign data wrappers to query external data sources like native Postgres tables. They can map your other Postgres databases directly into your own, and you can write SQL like it's running locally. And for 2 years, we've been building a Rust library that extends this feature and makes it more robust. And just this week, we added read and write support for Iceberg inside Postgres. OK, so scaling Postgres storage is one thing, but operating it really is another thing. A world-class Postgres platform also needs to solve more than just storage. We also need to think about connection pooling for serverless workloads, HA and automated failover, zero downtime migrations and upgrades, observability and self-healing, and growing to petabyte scale using sharding. To solve these problems, we started our most ambitious project yet, Multigres. If you're familiar with Vitess for MySQL, you can think of Multigres like Vitess for Postgres. Multigres will scale indefinitely using Kubernetes and cloud-native tooling. This project will be no walk in the park. So how do we know that we are going to be able to pull it off? To do that, and to lead Multigres, we brought on Sugu, the co-creator of Vitess. Sugu's joining with an exceptional group of people, including Vitess maintainers and Postgres engineers who have run sharded Postgres at massive scale at companies like Figma. And the best thing is, Multigres will be 100% open source. Just after this talk, Sugu's going to be talking about how we're building Multigres and the progress so far, so make sure you stick around and hear what he has to say. So let's assess the opportunities we see with Postgres one more time. For storage, we're leveraging S3. We're investing in state-of-the-art Postgres engine with Oriole. We're creating ETL tools to replicate Postgres data into S3 buckets. And we've spent years developing foreign data wrappers to read and write data to S3. And for orchestration, we're building Multigres, a cloud-native orchestration engine for Postgres. The future of Postgres is more than a database, it's an operating system. But this is no small task. To do this, we're going to need to build one of the world's most talented teams. That's why today, we're announcing the Supabase Series E. We're raising over $100 million at a $5 billion valuation. That brings our total funding to about $500 million. So how will we use these funds? First, we're committed to the future of Postgres, as I've explained so far in this talk. The second thing is we're committed to our community, you, the users and developers. We're committing to our free plan. This round will be led by Excel and Peak and all of our insiders. And joining this round are our friends at Figma, who have been incredible partners to Supabase this year. But that's not really the most important thing to announce today. Normally, fundraising rounds are reserved for big investors and insiders. But Supabase was never really built that way. It was built by you, the community, and the open source developers who have helped us for the past 5.5 years. We care about open source, and we really, really care about our community. And so we're reserving $1 million of this round for the community. There's one caveat. It's only open for developers who have committed to open source the Supabase or the Postgres ecosystem before today. So there might be no guarantees. There might be something in the next 12 months. So if you want to get involved in the open source ecosystem, then it's a good nudge. Ant and I have actually talked about this for many years. So this makes me personally very proud that we can actually pull this off. And we're in a position to make this happen. OK, I'm excited to have you all here today and tuning in online from around the world. We have a bunch more exciting content from the Supabase team and some legendary speakers. Up next, we'll have Sugu here on stage to talk about Multigres, and I'll join him at the end for a bit of a Q&A, so stick around. I had one request for the Supabase team, and that was to make this less like a conference and more like a festival. And so at, I think, around 5:30 or 6 p.m., we'll be having an after party here where I'll be mingling and the team will be mingling, and we'll be hanging out. I think there's DJs and everything there. So make sure you stick around all day. It's a beautiful day here, and hopefully the weather continues. So make sure you mingle. We were really curated with this crowd. We only wanted people who were builders, open source contributors. And so if you turn to the people around you, much like our meetups, we wanted you to be able to chat to other builders, learn from them, and just generally get connected with others in the startup ecosystem. So yeah, I'm looking forward to meeting you all, and thank you all for coming. Yeah. Thanks.
Check, check. Can you hear me? All right. Okay. As you know, I'm going to be speaking for 12 and a half hours. You saw the thing, right? Okay. So I'll start with Multigres, and it all began here. A few months ago, I sent a LinkedIn message to Koppel. Why did I decide to do this, and how did this happen? Actually, before this, I was happily enjoying a sabbatical, being a total nobody, and completely enjoying it. And but then I had started to itch, I got to do something. I've been on a sabbatical for like 3 years. So I want to do something. So I started doing some consulting, advisory work, and noticed that this Postgres thing, momentum, a large number of people are using it. And I wonder what they're doing for scaling. And one of the companies I work with, Metronome, actually, I think their head of technology is here. If he made it through the gates, I heard, Cosmo, are you there? You want to wave? No, Cosmo? Oh, there he is. OK, yeah. So I was working with them. They are a real-time metrics and billing company. They run at massive scale. They have like a 30 terabyte database. And I'm like, you're running a 30 terabyte single instance database? Yeah. OK, and it scales? Yeah, it keeps working. OK, maybe there's no scalability problem, at Postgres. Just as I was thinking that, they had their first outage. And it was a pretty highly technical outage. Actually, they've blogged about it. I recommend you read it. It's a very interesting blog post. So that's when I realized, no, there is a limit. At some point of time, there is a cliff. There's a dead end out of which you cannot scale Postgres. So the alarm bells went off, and I realized that something like Vitess is needed for Postgres, and I'm going to start doing this. So as you know, I'm actually from the MySQL world. I don't know anybody in Postgres. So I start Googling. It's like, who are the players in Postgres? What are the companies? And I find Supabase and a few other companies. And I said, who are these founders? Like, there is Koppel and Ant. They are in Singapore. Oh, OK. And then I look at my contacts. Not a single common person that I know. So what do? LinkedIn message. And guess what happened? No response. Like, OK, what do I do now? And I start sending out messages, to let's find somebody common. I said, worst case scenario, I'll just go start my own company. So I was actually starting to execute Plan B, like starting to talk to co-founders and stuff. And I'm also firing off these messages saying that, do you know these founders of Supabase, et cetera, et cetera. At some point of time, I actually get an email from Ant. I said, oh, yes. So I go open the email, and it says, Dear Sugu, your database has been idle for 7 days. We are going to archive it. So I'm like, OK. Finally, I reached this guy, Phil Eaton. He says, I know Koppel, I'll put you in touch with them. And with him. So finally, I meet Koppel, and here I am. So the moral of the story is, if you want to meet Koppel, talk to Phil Eaton. He's your guy. So, OK, so let's now talk about Multigres. So what is Multigres? As Koppel said, it is Vitess for Postgres. I don't know, how many of you have heard of Vitess? OK, cool. How many of you have not heard of Vitess? A lot of you. OK, don't worry. I will cover the main points of Vitess, and you can go read more about it later. So first of all, why are we doing this? Ant talked about 4.5 million users. I can tell you one thing. Some of you, those 4.5 million people, are going to become extremely successful, extremely big, ludicrously successful. So my job is to make sure that Postgres continues to scale for you until the end of times. So Vitess itself has a nice track record. So I know how to do it. We just have to make it happen. It can scale to petabyte scale, millions of QPS, has done it like no other database has. So I know we can do it. And the thing that got me anxious is I'm looking at people doing this, and none of them seem to be going in the right direction. Says, I got to do this. But then the sharding is only half the story as far as Multigres is concerned. What Multigres is good at is actually taking care of your database. And that actually starts from day one, like the day when you start launching your first Postgres instance. And as I said, the most important part, actually, this was actually a very important part of the conversation, is when I talked to him saying that, I want Multigres. Actually, he named it, by the way. So we spent a lot of time brainstorming on the names. We came up with some cool names. Unfortunately, we couldn't use them. But the thing I wanted to tell him, no, I want this to be open source. And then the first thing he tells me, I want this to be open source. Say, yes, OK. That's good, that's good. So Multigres will be open source. You will be able to take Multigres and run it for your own production, just like Vitess. There are a large number of people that run Vitess in production by themselves. You should be able to do the same thing with Multigres. So how is Multigres going to help you from day one? So if you first go to Supabase and sign up, you get a database. So that's the bottom box that you see on the screen. You get that Postgres instance. And under that Postgres instance, you have actually a mounted storage, something like EBS, elastic storage. So why do you need that elastic storage? Is because your instance may crash. If it crashes, you don't want your data to be lost. So EBS basically is replicated storage, makes sure that you never lose your data. So worst case scenario, you restart your Postgres instance, and you continue with serving traffic. And typically, many of you already know about PG Bouncer. Everybody, it's a mandatory thing that you have to learn about when you start using Postgres. You cannot just directly connect to the database. You need a bouncer, just like Phil Eaton for Koppel. So that PG Bouncer makes sure that you don't overload the database. So Multigres will take care of that for you. That is what we call as the multi-pooler. And there's also the multi-gateway that is on top of multi-pooler. Why do we have these two layers will become obvious when, as I go talk more about it. So multipolar is more like PG bouncer. Multi-gateway is more like supervisor. So multipolar handles the connection pooling, and multi-gateway handles the user connections. So that's how it separates. And what is better about Multigres is that it's going to be multi-threaded, which means that there is no CPU limitation when you use it. Typically, once you max out a PG bouncer, then you have to start playing with multiple of them. It becomes a big headache. So that headache doesn't exist. And another thing, this is something that we did in Vitesse pretty early on, which I have not seen being done in the Postgres world, which is separate the pools that connect to the database. So multipolar will have, actually in Vitesse we have 3 pools. In this we are going to only have 2, and we may introduce the third one if it is needed. The 2 pools are the transaction pool and the read pool. So what that gives you is the ability, like if you suddenly overload the database with transactions, your reads can continue to go through. Like in a typical transaction, in a typical pooler, if you overload it, all the connections get taken, then everything gets blocked. Whereas in Multigres, your reads will continue to go through, and the transactions will get funneled through the limited pool that you have. And that actually keeps the database healthy, because a larger number of transactions typically just destroy the database. So you can actually tune your pool size to make sure that it never kills the database, but continues to keep it operating at maximum efficiency. So that is, and this is where, this is well tuned. We know how to tune this very well. And to the extent that it's a common thing that happens, these databases have this weird behavior, is that once you push them over the limit, even if you reverse the traffic, they don't recover. They just stay broken. And the best way to do it is to make sure that you don't push it over the limit, and the pooler will take care of that. And in the case of a single instance, all these things can just run in one box. So it's not going to be super inefficient. OK. What else does this give you? This gives you these components, unlike what is there out in the market, will all have their own parsers, which means that they will know what you're sending. They will know they can do things with your query. The one immediate thing that you will get is it will normalize your queries and report numbers about how they are. So what that means is that let's say your database is running happily, and then suddenly things slow down. You can immediately look at which queries changed, and you'll know how to fix the problem. This used to be my go-to troubleshooting thing. As soon as oh, there's a database outage, okay, show me the queries, and boom. 90% of the time, the culprit query can be found out by just looking at this report. All right. So this is kind of imagine this being your journey. You started with Supabase, and you're happening. The next thing that you'll find is that your primary database is getting slammed with traffic. And the first thing that people typically do is scale it out by splitting reads and writes. So then you add replicas and want to send traffic to the replicas. So in this actually already exists in Supabase. What Multigres will give you is multiple ways by which you can configure your replicas based on your convenience. For example, you can have a separate endpoint for replicas, a separate endpoint as your primary. You can actually treat the whole thing as if it's a one Postgres server and say, I connect to primary. The replicas will appear as if they are a different database within the same Postgres server. So kind of a convenience. There's actually a third way you can do it, which is I want consistent reads from the replica. So what Multigres will do is every time you write, it will remember your write position. And if you do a read, it will make sure that the replica has that write so that you get consistent reads. You get best of both worlds, both consistent data as well as load balanced, and scaling. There are some trade-offs here, because if the replications start to lag, then these reads are going to get slow. So, but it's up to you. Vitess gives you the tools, and you use them the way you see them fit. What else do we have? So at this point, you are probably serving in the hundreds of thousands of QPS. And if a database goes down, users will start to notice and start to complain. You're no longer the indie developer. You are now a real company. And you want to be accountable to your users. This is when you need high availability. So here we introduce another component called multi-arc. And in multi-arc, multi-arc stands for multi-orchestrator. And what this will do is, if a primary fails, it will immediately fail over to one of the standby replicas and continue to serve traffic. This sounds very simplistic, but it is one of the hardest problems in computer science, because this is actually a consensus problem. And we have beaten this problem to death. Like in Vitess, you can configure Vitess to run 5 nines of availability, which is the gold industry standard. And we are shooting for the same thing for Multigres, and I'm pretty confident we can do it. And we've actually, there are some real cool magic that we can do with this that you would not get anywhere outside, which is when there is a software rollout, like these small boxes that you see, they are actually a trio of multipooler, database, and the service. The multipoolers are constantly talking to the multi-gateways. So when you do a rollout, the multipooler, what it will do is it tell the multi-gateway, hey, I'm being restarted, so hold off your traffic. So multi-gateways say, OK, I won't send any more traffic to you. The multipooler will finish your transactions and then transfer its primary ship to another one. And the multi-gateways receive a notification from the new primary and then send the traffic there. The user will see no errors at all. And this system, actually, we've built it to the extent that you can totally abuse this. Like, there was a time when, when we were at Google, we used to import data from, Vitess was an open source project. We used to make all kinds of changes and then import it into Google, run some tests, and then put it in production, and it'll break. Especially this failover thing. So I got totally mad. I said, I don't want to ever see this happen again. So I told the test person, every time it comes in, you have to do 100 failovers, and none of them should hang or get stuck. So we did that, and after that, we have not seen any hanging. And this now system is so robust that you can totally abuse it, no problem at all. And that's in the Vitess case, and you'll get the same thing with Multigres. Finally, last but not the least, I talked about EBS being a replicated storage. What is this? This is also replication. So why run replication and use replicated storage for your data, right? Get rid of the replicated storage, put everything on local NVMe. The NVMe is about an order of magnitude faster. So if all you have to do is now move to NVMe, you get a huge performance boost, nothing like you've ever seen before, and you get high availability, 5 nines of availability. So this actually will give you an instant boost in terms of what you can do we actually don't know how big of a workload you can run, so it'll be a fun exercise for us to find out. Let me take a sip of water. So far, so good. Everyone with me? OK. What is next? So your traffic is growing. Now you are pro. High availability. You have 5 nines of availability. What is going to happen is your users are going to expand. They are going to be across the country, across nations. And this is where then you can tell Multigres, I want my replicas to be all over the world, different zones, different regions. And this click of a button, replicas can spin up anywhere in the world. And those replicas will have their own local endpoints. But remember, it's just one database as far as we are concerned. And if there are any writes, they will get redirected to the primary, so make sure that everything stays consistent. So here you get one cool enterprise feature that is unique, that is only available in Vitess, that will be available in Multigres, is what we call is a durability policy. So as an enterprise, you want to decide what is your tolerance to failure. Some people may say, if my data is across zones, that's good enough. Some people may say, our data is very precious. We want it to be across regions, which means that as soon as you commit, Multigres will make sure that your data reaches that location before it says, yes, your commit is done. And you can even go across country if you feel like. There's a price to pay, obviously, the latency. But Multigres can. The beauty of this is this actually does this for you, respecting all the laws of consensus, which means that you will never lose your data, and it will never diverge. Like the entire cluster will remain consistent. OK, moving on. So under the covers, it gets pretty complex. But the beauty of all these things is all these components are like living beings. They are all talking to each other and making sure that the cluster stays up. But it does get kind of complex. So these diagrams are actually directly taken from the architecture document, so you can go back and refer to it if you want. So I just wanted to show you. So imagine this, and then this being divided across different countries. So all these things, for you, just appear as if just one single Postgres. So this is when, around this time, I'm giving you these data points based on what we went through when we scaled YouTube. This is when you will max out your primary. You've split your reads are going to all the replicas, but the traffic that you have to send to the primary cannot be moved out anymore, and it is now maxed out. This is the end of the road for you. So this is when Multigres will say, OK, we'll help you split your data. The first thing you do is you don't start with sharding. The first thing you do is actually identify a few tables, move them out of the main database. You split your database into smaller parts. So Multigres will do that for you automatically. And then afterwards, you will end up with some tables that are kind of enormous. And those you eventually shard. When you do this, at this time, you will be actually thinking, you will be starting with the thousands of nodes in your cluster, and you should be eventually hitting like in the tens of thousands of nodes. And this is comfort zone for Multigres. So you can do this, and it's going to be likely all over the world. And the best thing for you is that it's still one Postgres. And under the covers, it's like a whole bunch of Multigres Postgres instances just presenting to you, just like the original Postgres, that small thing that you started with, except that it's going to be at a massive scale. So where are we in the project? I see that some of you know what's coming. We are kind of in the circle drawing phase. All we have to do is draw the rest of the owl. Actually, we are slightly ahead of the circle drawing phase. We just landed a big pull request, 300,000 lines of code, vibe coded by one of our top engineers. Does the entire Postgres parser. So we are making good progress. We actually can, you can go to Multigres GitHub, download it, you can build it. It'll bring up all the components. They don't do much, but all the components come up, they talk to each other. So the basic building block is there. So we'll actually start delivering some stuff soon. So in summary, what are the enterprise features that Multigres has? One is performance, NVMe performance. The other is scalability, sharding, and replica reads. You get the flexibility of these durability policies, query routing. You get HA, 5 nines of availability, and you get insights, observability, where if there is trouble, you can immediately find out where it's coming from. So that kind of concludes my talk. I want to bring up Kapil back because he has some questions to ask me.
Is this working? I think we've got a bit of time, so I'm going to ask you some questions, and maybe actually we might even have time to open it up to the floor. I thought one of the coolest stories was, I guess because it's super relatable, was the YouTube story where actually it all started. Of course, everyone here knows YouTube, and it's kind of a huge thing, but you were working on it, and you were on the inside when you hit some problems, and the way you told it, maybe you hit some problems so much that they couldn't even roll out features because you were literally becoming the bottleneck.
Yeah. So this is something that many people like. When you talk to people, they say, "Oh, I can run this on a key value store, and I can do this." So it is not true. The problem, by using storage that is not optimal, you subconsciously limit what you even, like a PM comes and asks you for a feature, you say, oh, no, I can't do that, right? But if you had a better system, you can do it. So subconsciously, the kind of products you roll out, the kind of features you roll out, depend a lot on what the database can do for you. And specifically at YouTube, what happened was, at some point of time, our database was so maxed out that any developer that came to a DBA asking, oh, I need to create this table, the DBA's answer was, the answer is no, what would you like to do? Because you can't add any more data to the database, so the answer is no. And the developer would have to find workarounds or ways to convince them, and eventually it affects the velocity of the company. So we had actually reached that point. And once we did the sharding, and it took me a long time to convince the DBAs, you don't have to say no anymore. You do the opposite. You invite them. You ask them to do more. And we were at like about 16 shards when we rolled out Vitess, because we couldn't reshard until Vitess was ready. Within a year, we went from 16 to 256 shards. And the features at YouTube totally exploded because there was like no limiting factor anymore. Anybody could, like, all you had to say is, I want storage, I'm willing to pay for it. Okay, you're welcome. No? We'll just keep sharding as you keep coming along. So you don't notice that, like, if you don't have that ability, that database controls the future of the entire company because you just cannot roll out features. They are like so limited.
Did you already explain what shards are to the team? Does everyone know what a shard is?
Yes. By the way, we have the Vitess tech lead, Deepthi, here. Wave. Oh, there she is. Yeah, so she joined us and will be doing HA for us.
Nice.
Yeah. Sorry, I had it on my notes and I skipped it.
Shards actually has quite a cool story behind it. Sharding, if you don't know, is where you take a database and you split it into different fragments, and it should still then feel like a single database. It actually, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe this is mythical lore that I've made up or something like that, but it came from gaming because of the concept when, I don't know if any of you play these massively online games, but at some point you get a server that cannot host enough people. And so what they did was they just created a narrative like, oh, this world, I think it might have been Ultima or one of the worlds, they just, in the lore, created this crystal world that's split into, sharded into many fragments, and then you would visit one of the shards inside the world, and they kind of made it part of the narrative. So it's kind of cool that the database ecosystem has adopted the same term.
Yeah, so the one thing about sharding is you have to be very careful about it because if you look at databases, the core property of a database is ACID. And the simplified form means ACID means all the data has to be together. That's the meaning of ACID, And sharding means that you're separating it. So how do you get the best of both worlds is an art. And more than an art, the database has to have you have to be able to tell the database, these rows must stay together, and these rows can be split apart. And Multigres, this took a long time for me to think about it and solve. Multigres has the ability where you can actually formally specify this relationship and this constraint as a relational rule, and which will then ensure that all related rows end up in one shard. So which means that then if you send a query, then the query engine knows, oh, all these rows are together, send it to this one shard. So that keeps it, that allows you to scale infinitely while still having the experience of a small database.
And maybe to give a sense, I'm sure everyone knows roughly the size of their database in the room. Maybe to give them a sense of what sort of scale you've seen. You said YouTube was 256 shards, but what does it go up to? What are the largest clusters that you've seen?
I think I've seen in the 500 to 1,000 ranges so far. I know it can go higher, but that's what I have seen. There are some pretty big companies that already run Vitess. There is Slack, which is fully running on Vitess. There's GitHub. Some of you may not. Bloomberg doesn't talk much about it, but Bloomberg runs on some of their stuff on Vitess. And from what I hear is they run at a pretty massive scale. They may actually be bigger than even Slack. Yesterday, I found out that Uber runs tens of thousands of nodes of cluster in using Vitess. So there's quite a number of large companies running.
And you've seen, obviously, a bunch of scale. Maybe for the people in this room, do you have any tips or lessons? Obviously, use Multigres will be one of those tips. But as they're scaling up, what do they need to keep in mind about their scaling, their database? What should they think about?
So what I would say is the flexibility that you have when you started off, like all those cool features of Postgres, you will most probably not be able to use all of them once you are scaled out. You'll probably realize that even as your database grows, you're going to start giving up on certain things because some of those features are not scalable features. So some of them you will have to abandon. Some things you can get by just adding indexing and a few things. Some things just won't scale. And as time goes, for example, I read somewhere that there are certain query patterns that are that RLS just cannot handle. The row-level security cannot handle. So at that time, you have to make a choice. Either drop the query or drop the row-level security. And same thing happens when you shard. You will see that once you sharded, you have to make a decision about what lives together. That also dictates what queries you are going to use that relate the data that is separated. So if you abuse that relationship, the system will not scale for you.
OK, let's switch gears to open source. Obviously, when you came to me, you had in your brain that this was going to be open source. I'm glad that I said it first. But why open source? Why do you care about making this open source? Why not make it a commercial thing for a company? You could have built a startup around it. Why did you care so much about making it open source?
So when we first decided to build Vitess, Google didn't even know that we were building it. Just the two of us decided, we should open source this. So therefore, we didn't even check that thing into Google repository. We ran it on our home directories. And the reason why we did that was actually very selfish. We said, no, this is going to be a tough thing to build. I don't want to go out and rebuild this for every other company that I'm going to work at. So let's not, And finally, we got permission from Google, and we then exported the whole thing into open source. So that was one reason. And the other reason later was when YouTube started depending on it, for me, it's like, if YouTube is the only company that uses this product, this will die. Because nobody wants to use bespoke technology that is this complex. Eventually, they are going to say, no, let's look for something that is industry standard. So the only thing we can do is make sure that this is an industry standard. So I want to make sure that Vitess gets adoption everywhere outside. And lo and behold, a time came when the Vitess's existence got challenged. And at that time, we could say, you know what? Vitess now is used by multiple companies. I can go start my own company if I want to. So since then, I have always been saying that, there are some technology that has to be open source. Like Postgres, for example, right? It has to be open source for it to thrive and do well. And Multigres is in the same category. So it will not thrive if it is not open source.
I guess then it begs the question as well. You could have done it open source at many companies. Why Supabase?
Why Supabase? Actually, let me talk about why I did not do the startup.
Yeah, OK.
Why did I not do the startup is when I asked myself, what do I want from this project? What I wanted from this project is the cleanest path to success for the project. I wanted velocity and lack of distractions. If I did a startup, right now, I'll be busy talking to VCs, trying to raise money, or I might have raised money, I'll be trying to hire people. And if not hiring people, I'll be busy managing them. I'll be busy drawing out business plans. None of that distraction, which is why I started looking for people like you. And I'm very happy I found you. And it could have been I had some constraints. Like, for example, if someone said not open source, I would have said no. But I was very pleasantly surprised to hear that you and I shared the same values on open source. So,
well, I'm very happy to take on your suffering and chat to all these VCs. What fun. OK, so what about then Postgres versus MySQL? What do you think? What are the differences? What have you been surprised about in the community? They're obviously both open source as well, both very popular databases. Now Postgres is having a moment, and I think it'll continue to have a moment. What are you seeing coming from the other side?
So for me, Postgres was like a black box. I didn't know anything about Postgres. I only knew the MySQL community. It took me a long time to get to become part of the community. But also MySQL, there is still a clear separation between developers and users. And that I don't see exist in Postgres. There's a nice continuum between developers and users. I was actually very intimidated about the Postgres. I was very scared of entering the community because I've heard of these big wars and stuff with people welcome me. I was very pleasantly surprised. Everyone welcoming. I said, actually, the image from the outside looks always intimidating, and I'm very happy to see, and also humbled, how welcoming people are. But I have to say, Postgres needs to win because it has the best values, and it needs to be defended. So from that point of view, I definitely want Postgres to win.
Compared to, yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Oh, me too, so that's great. I guess, like, what do you mean by it has the best
The
value?
license. Like,
The license, yeah.
Definitely. Like in Vitesse, we had a struggle that we could not. There are some features where we had to use the dark. What is that thing? The reverse engineering approach. We had to observe behavior because of its license. We could not now look at the code to replicate its functionality. So those challenges don't exist with Postgres.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I've had a long time to think about this particular thing about Postgres. I get asked all the time, will Postgres win? And for me, I'm very biased, but I actually think about open source in general, what makes a good open source system or tool. And we've been assessed throughout the years in terms of open source, and I've realized that there's kind of 3 criteria that people always assess you on. The first one is the license. And so is your tool very liberally licensed? An OSI compliant license is what you call it. So Supabase, for example, checks that box. We have all the licenses, everything is available. The second is self-hosting, which if you're not self-hostable enough, or it's not easy enough, then people will actually think that you're not very open source. I'm actually really happy. This week we announced that we brought on Andre to lead self-hosting. He's the co-founder of Nginx, and he's just going to focus on self-hosting to make it even easier to self-host Supabase. But then the third one, which is why I think Postgres will win, and it's very difficult for most other database tools. What you want from a really good open source tool is one of 2 things. It happens in 3 ways. Either there is no commercial support and you're asking for donations. That's very pure, and open source fanatics love that. The problem is you can't support it indefinitely. So then the second part of the spectrum is there's some commercial support. So for example, Supabase develops tools for Supabase. This one's good, but it's not as pure in open source as some people like it. As soon as you have any commercial interest attached to it, people kind of see it as dirty. But then you go to the other side of the spectrum, and you've got Postgres. And the thing that makes Postgres special, it's one of the only tools that has no commercial entity directly attached to it, but many commercial entities attached to it. And all of the hyperclouds use it. And in this way, it'll continue to win, because if one of the hyperclouds do not support it, then they'll fall behind because it's becoming so popular. So in some ways, it's like a prisoner's dilemma type situation where they have to support it and have to continue supporting it so that they can have the best offering on the planet, and it pushes the whole ecosystem forward. So it's really cool, and that's why I think it'll continue to win. I can't see any other database now that will have this dynamic emerge in the next 50 years. So yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah, so before you go, I did want to ask you one question, which is, well, that LinkedIn didn't work, but we finally got to meet. What was your frame of mind? Like, what were you thinking? By the way, I was like a wreck. I was like I think this is not going to happen, and I was like looking at plan B, and like, and so what, like, I want to know what you were thinking.
Well, it's quite, I mean, I get approached a lot, as you can see from the LinkedIn messages at any one time, of people who are maybe wanting to do something, or we're a very collaborative company as well. We try to, one of our principles is to support open source ecosystems rather than build our own. It's one of our ways of giving back. So I honestly did not know what you wanted to do, and I just figured you wanted to chat. You obviously came from the MySQL ecosystem, so I was very open to it. But it's one of those funny things that the timing, probably if you had been, say, approaching us now, you know we're going through this re-architecture internally, and if you had approached us now, I just would have said, too late. We're already far through, this re-architecture, and we're too busy with all the AI builder growth and everything that's happening. But you came at kind of this perfect inflection point where we're going through the re-architecture, and now it meant that we can kind of make those adjustments towards Multigres and make it happen. So it was just one of those things where I think we probably met, and then within 2 weeks, we were already working together.
Yeah.
So I don't know exactly what happened, but I just knew when I met you, and we chatted about what you had been doing in your sabbatical, and you said, I'm going to do it anyway. So I was like, this guy wants to do this. This is not like a drive-by, I'm going to try and see what it's like. You knew exactly what you wanted to do. You're a founder, an ex-founder. We have at our company, I think now 30 ex-founders, and there's a criteria that has to exist for ex-founders to really thrive within a company. They have to know exactly what they want, and we have to be able to give them a lot of autonomy, and they've got to kind of own a whole part of the ecosystem of Supabase, which is quite clear here. You can do that, and we're not going to tell you what to do. You know what to do, and we just need to support you as much as possible. So in many ways, it doesn't work with founders because a lot of them see working at a company as not as cool as running a company. But you know that sometimes, like my job, is less cool than what you get to do day to day. So in that way, you're egoless. You know exactly what you're going to do, and you don't care about my job. You just want to get to work and build something cool for the entire planet.
Yeah, I love my job.
So then maybe that's a good time to pitch. When's this available, and what type of people do you need to help build it?
By the way, I have an awesome team. Like, it's actually one of the best things. It's like one of the best teams that one can ever imagine. It's like they are like you saw that pull request, right? I can't think of anyone else who can pull off something of that magnitude. 2 months' work, an entire Postgres parser. And each and every one of these team members is like that.
And the results are great, right? I think you were showing me some of the benchmarks that he's done.
Yeah, and we are just getting started. So that's just our initial benchmark. So we are going to make some more tuning changes, and I don't know what we are going to get. It's going to get a lot better.
Cool.
Yeah. So I'm thinking. Maybe add a couple more people to the team, and probably that's going to be it. By the way, we have always, even Vitesse, even in its biggest form, we might have had like 10 people. And I pride myself that we've competed against organizations that were an order of magnitude. Like Vitesse was competing against Spanner within Google. When we were 10 people, Google had 300 people on Spanner. And we were still matching the features. We could still outperform Spanner in many scenarios.
Why do you think that matters? Why do small teams outperform the big teams?
I think software is software, and you have to know what to focus on. And having a small team makes you focus on the right problems. If you have too many people, I think they just start to get in the way of each other and can't make as like in our case, not a single person would interfere in another person's path. Everyone was 100% full productivity, completely on their own track. Wow. And the system was well designed such that the integration points were well defined. Otherwise, you owned your entire feature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, well, we don't really do timelines at Supabase, but if you've got any rough guidelines around, I'm not going to hold you to it. Just
very soon would be good enough.
Okay, very soon. Multigres.
No, actually, I think early-ish next year we should have something. We should have you can start playing around with things right away, and I'm pretty sure Multigres will serve its first query very soon, maybe within a month or two, and then which means that, but something that is production ready, we don't know. We'll probably HA probably sometime next year
Cool.
is probably what we are looking at.
Cool.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, I think we've got about 10 minutes. I think we can open it up to the floor if we want for a couple of Q&A. Are there any microphones? All right. Go for it.
Hello. Hi. My name is Andrew. I'm a co-founder of Dreamlit AI. But I want to ask you, Sugu, what do you think of PlanetScale's Postgres offering?
What do I need?
What do you think of PlanetScale's Postgres offering?
Oh, what do I think of PlanetScale? It's good competition, and it's good to have rivals. Yeah, so we'll see how it pans out. But I think it's good for the industry to have competing projects.
Hey, I'm Dan from Interweb. Good to see you guys. On the similar topic, I believe they're also using a Kubernetes operator, and I noticed that there was a Kubernetes operator of some sorts.
I can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll speak louder this way. Sorry.
Yeah.
I noticed there was a Kubernetes operator in the architecture diagram. And to go off the previous question, I believe PlanetScale also is doing a Kubernetes operator. Is there a particular operator you guys are building? I know the Cloud Native Foundation recently came out with one. Just curious your thoughts on which operator, and if that's something you guys are also investing in and supporting.
Cool. So we are going to build our own operator. So that we are going to do. The way Multigres is architected is in the original picture you saw on the side a box called the provisioner. The first picture that I showed you, that is the operator. And this architecture is such that you can replace that provisioner with anything. Like, for example, if you don't want to run it in Kubernetes, you can replace that with the Terraform provisioner, and it will do the same thing for you. So that's that pluggable architecture that Multigres has. But we will build definitely the Kubernetes operator, and it will be open sourced. And so you can actually, if you have that, it will be very trivial for you to get a Multigres cluster running. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Yes, here.
Hi. Were there any specific technical challenges that you encountered when building Multigres that you didn't encounter when building Vitess?
Can I repeat? Were there any technical challenges
that you encountered when building Multigres that you didn't encounter when you built Vitess?
That is different from Vitess? Oh, that's a very good question. So there is a lot of learning from Vitess. We are going to be copying a lot of code from Vitess. The biggest challenge, the biggest difference in terms of challenge is Postgres compatibility. So what we are going to shoot for is full compatibility with Postgres. So Vitess is not fully compatible with MySQL. It tries very hard, comes very close, but it is not fully compatible. So if you want to migrate to Vitess, you may have to figure out, you may have to drop some things, make some changes. So if you're it may not run as is. Our goal is to make sure that if it runs on Postgres, it should run on Multigres. And that sounds very simple, but it's a very difficult problem to solve. But we are taking on that challenge. We'll find a way to make it happen. Yes. There's actually one other person after him.
I just wanted to say to you and the whole Supabase team, as a founder, solo founder, technical guy, I chose Supabase when Supabase went live. And my whole thing is, I don't want to have to think about the database. I don't want to have to think about scaling. I don't want to think about sharding. I just want to go. And coming here and hearing you guys, you be so excited, Sugu, about doing this for your life. I'm like, yes, I still have to think about this stuff. So thank you.
Hey there, my name's Lee. I'm the founder of Dynamite, and I actually have kind of the opposite problem, being an engineer by trade, and as a solo founder. What I end up doing, having a technical background, is prematurely optimizing, so I spend 95% of my time thinking about scale issues that I just don't have yet. Somebody released about a year ago. So I want to thank you for that you're clearing up 95% of my time that I could better use to go talk to customers. My question is that there are certain moments in the development of technology where the hockey stick starts to take off. One of which was the Homebrew Computer Club in the late 70s that brought computers to a new class of people when the microcomputer was invented, and there was an explosion there. It seems like right now is the Cambrian explosion of SaaS, and I mean, it really seems like this is the room of what the next 10 years of growth and explosion are going to be. What do you think the effect of the services and the accessibility that you're making for indie developers is going to have over the course of the next few years?
I can't speak for the whole software industry, but what I have felt is that this whole thing that happened when 10 years ago, when everybody went to NoSQL, I thought that was a big mistake. And the reason why that happened is because at that time I felt guilty. Us database people did not listen to the community. Like in the 2010s, right, hard disks exploded. Like your ability to store data went up by 2 orders of magnitude. And the database people, ACID is what is important to us. We are not going to compromise on that. So we don't care what your data size is. We will not compromise on some of these things. And databases actually failed to scale. And that is what caused people to go to NoSQL. And that problem is likely to happen again. We should make sure it does not happen. Right? We should make sure that when people are on a database and want to scale forever, we have the right solutions and tooling to make sure that they stay on it. Otherwise, it's going to be history repeating itself. And again, is eventually companies not being able to grow as fast as they could, because if you have an inferior data store, your features are going to suffer. So that is what I think we owe to the industry this time. Make sure that that mistake does not get repeated.
I'll just add on to that one, because I think Ant had in his slides that we've got now 1,000 YC companies, and for us, we've really been intentional with our tagline, scale, build in a weekend, scale to millions, and we had to start with ease of use. For a long time, we've wanted to build a database company, but the truth is, many have tried and failed to build database companies. And usually they start by thinking, I'll just build a bigger, better database. Whereas we took the opposite approach. We always said, let's make it really easy for people to use so your one-person team can scale. And if we do this over the course of a generation, then we'll be the database platform of the future. So that's what our promise is, Ant and I. We're here for the next generation of builders. And as that profile of developer changes, whether it's AI, whether they need different scaling, whether they want to scale smaller or bigger, we'll do that because we're going to continue to service whatever that looks like.
There's one question there. Ant, you want to come up here? Some of these questions you should be answering. Yeah?
We've got 1 more minute, so if you've got a question for Ant, then you got 1 minute.
All right. Thanks thank you, Sugu. It's amazing that you're building this. One question though, how could we leverage this on Supabase eventually? Like, are you going to make this opt-in, or what's the plans to incorporate this?
Yeah, as with everything, we'll make it seamless. So it'll be kind of a progressive adoption. You'll start exactly like you are today, then you add replicas, and then you can eventually, if you want, start sharding your database. So it's just going to be, as you scale up, more and more things get adopted. Of course, another piece of it is not just splitting your database, it's also kind of like an operating system where you can see self-healing, observability. You'll see a lot more of this leak into the dashboard. Even in the next 6 months, we're running internally what we're calling a defrag period, where we're kind of taking everything that we've got and now we're running a defrag, making it all as seamless as possible. So controversially, we might not even do a launch week at the end of this year. We'll just focus on getting all of these features working really nicely together.
There's some questions there.
In the back? Okay.
Hello, my name is Ethan. I'm the solo founder on Untitled Studio, a tool that helps you make impressive product demos. So my question is not only about database, but I'm a huge fan of Supabase. So previously I used AWS a lot, but now I feel like I only need AWS when I need container services. So I wonder, do you have any plans to have something like ECS, Fargate on Supabase? So I feel like I can just get rid of AWS completely. So thank you.
We hear this surprisingly a lot, as you can imagine. I think well, you've seen what Sugu's trying to build, right? This is already a very hard problem. I can see the appeal of trying to solve many, many things, and we do several other things, auth and functions and things. No plans is the pretty clear line on this one. We need to solve databases, and there's still so many problems to solve in this space, and this is going to take a long time. So yeah, that's the line there, so sorry to disappoint. Yeah. Okay, everyone. I think
one last question.
No, it sounds like we're running over time. So thank you very much for everyone for joining. We've got a packed room, so thanks for sticking around as well. I'm sure you're all hungry, and it sounds like maybe we have Craig who can give us some admin. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, check. Yeah. All right, yeah. Thanks, Koppel, Sugu, Ant. That was great. I'm not going to be long. Just want to let you know lunch is starting now. So importantly, all you need to know is it's here and across the street. And the talks will start at 1:30. So thank you. Hello. Hey, all right, there we go. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Supabase Select. We have a bunch of great talks coming for you this afternoon. We're really excited you stuck around. So, up first, just one second, I'll wait till everyone quiets down. There we go, thanks. Thank you. Up first is a talk from Tom Blomfield from Go Cardless, Monzo, and now general partner at YC, with Ant Wilson, the co-founder and CTO of Supabase. All right, come on up, guys.
What's up? 1, 2. Are we good? Are we on? Nice. So I was going to say welcome, but we're actually guests in your house today, so thanks for having us.
You are very welcome. It's nice to see so many people here.
It's usually orange, and we made it green today. So.
Yeah, well, really, this is Gusto and Astranis, two YC companies. The YC building is just across the street, so we use this space sometimes.
Yeah. And Astranis, they make satellites.
That's right. So Gusto is a payroll kind of HR company, and Astranis, I think low Earth orbit satellites. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, nice. So I wanted to start by saying that I was in Techstars in London in 2017, running a different startup, and Tom came in to give a talk to us. And my main takeaway from that talk was something you said, which apparently is an Andreessen quote or a famous startup quote, which is, running a startup is like eating glass. At some point, you just have to learn to enjoy the taste of your own blood. Assuming this is true, why have you done it twice?
Oh my God. Well, I guess it's why I've not done it a third time, and I'm now an investor. So just a quick introduction for people who don't know. Go Cardless is a B2B payments company. My co-founder Hiroki's been running it 14 years now, almost 15 years. But I was only there for 3 years. So Monzo I feel like it's really my baby. I started that in 2015. It's an online bank in the UK. And we grew that from 0 people to about 2,000 employees. When I left, we had about 6 million customers. Now 13 or 14 million customers. So like a quarter of the UK population uses Monzo as their bank account. And that really did feel like chewing glass, actually. Just the highs are amazing, but hours later you hit a low, and it's that kind of metaphorical roller coaster. It really does. So hard to describe. I mean, it's like nothing else I've ever done. And now I'm an investor, it's frankly easy mode. Yeah. I talk to founders all day, I give advice, but at the end of the day, they all even out into like a sort of just a patter, Whereas when it's your company, the swings are just so extreme. I don't know how you're finding it.
Yeah, I think the longer you do it, you get better adjusted. The problem is the further you go, the stakes just get higher and higher and higher. It keeps cranking up. Yeah. But you definitely need, I think, a lot of security in other areas of your life if you're going to take such big emotional risks in your job.
I agree.
Super important. But so Go Cardless, you didn't have to chew that much glass, or?
Go Cardless was still a small company when I left. I was there 3 years. We were a team of 30. We had single-digit millions of revenue. It was a B2B payment process that kind of worked in the background. It was also basically ACH processing, so the payment cycle took 3 days. So it was never really real-time in any sense. You have a few minutes of downtime and outage, actually no one notices. Monzo, we're processing 15,000 transactions a second. So you have a second of downtime and 15,000 unhappy customers. It was absolutely nuts. Every second counted there. It was on another scale.
How many co-founders in Monzo?
There were 5 co-founders originally. I mean, I'm in the middle of writing a book about this. There's a very turbulent founding story at Monzo. We were part of another startup, and basically the CEO fired everyone in a rage, and there were 13 of us at that old startup, and 12 of us started Monzo. So in a sense, there were 12 or 13 co-founders, but we just sort of relatively arbitrarily chose a title co-founder for 5 people. It was a very abnormal founding story, honestly.
Then you were the CEO. Did you feel like you bore the weight of? Is that why it was so hard because you were in the CEO role?
Yeah.
Were you able to share the load between the co-founders, or?
Not as much as I'd like, probably. I think I was, intentionally or unintentionally, I did a lot of the press. I was always, when a story came out about Monzo, it was always my face in the newspaper, good or bad. And I don't know how intentional that was. But I think, maybe I'm making excuses. I think the complexity of what we were trying to do just meant that we were always underwater. We got a full banking license. We built the banking technology from scratch. We acquired millions and millions of users, and people would build like the equivalent of Stripe, and it would be a 2-person team who would like go and build card issuing, now do direct debit issuing, now connect, like do international payments, do like on and on and on and on. And so the breadth of the problems we were solving, GoCardless did ACH processing. It did like a narrow wedge, and we just did about 15 of those in parallel at Monzo. And so it just felt like we were constantly underwater. Like the team could be 5 times bigger, and we still wouldn't have enough people.
Mm-hmm. And so it's 2 fintech companies. Is that like a good founder company fit? Like,
it seems like it. By the time I did Monzo, it seemed like at least I had 3 years of experience in payment processing. It felt like that gave me some leg up, but not too much. I think that's vital, because if you talk to any industry veteran in banking, and they'd tell you that starting a bank from scratch was totally insane, here are the 20 reasons you're going to fail. And I just didn't know any of those reasons, and so I went into it very naively. And honestly, I think that naivety is such a powerful ingredient. It's why a lot of these companies are started by people with relative inexperience. You just don't know what you're getting yourself into, and you figure it out along the way.
It's a hard balance, because what's the advice you give to people who are trying to decide which field to build their startup in? Because surely it's important that you have some domain knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, this is so varied, and it's a question I see a lot at YC. I've personally worked with 75 companies this year or something, and I'd guess 15 of those are pivoting even in the batch, and so I'm working with 15 companies to like pick a new idea. And there's a kind of rubric, like start with where have you worked previously, what did you study, what do your parents do for work, what do your friends do, like what are you interested in? There are just so many different ways to get ideas, but there are just so many examples of amazing companies being built by people with zero domain knowledge. I just don't think it's a prerequisite, actually. And had you done database stuff before Supabase?
I've done some database stuff. My first job was large scalable storage systems, so that was kind of my background.
Okay.
Then I went on a mad run of like starting a fashion tech company, clearly not very fashionable, starting a crypto company, which is all about timing, and the timing was very wrong. It was the start of 2018 when the huge crash happened, and then traction went to basically zero after that, so that was tough. But the good thing about starting to work on Supabase, I realized, was I'm a developer, and so with the fashion thing, I was like trying to get my head around the industry, like what do the users want? When you're building dev tools, you're the customer, so you just intuitively know a lot of those things, which felt like a huge unlock, honestly, for me.
Yeah, and that was the difference with Monzo and compared with GoCardless for me. GoCardless helps businesses collect business payments. I'd never really run a business. Monzo is a consumer bank account. I was a consumer, I used a bank account, so we could build Monzo for ourselves, and it did help a lot.
Yeah, and actually, so Monzo, for those who don't know, was like this revolution for people in the UK like myself, where all of a sudden it's app first, you don't have to go to a branch. There's a lot of neobanks now, but Monzo I think was one of the first great examples.
Yep.
How did you develop that insight to know that it was all about product, it was all about superior customer service?
We launched early and figured it out. And I had a lot of I did Y Combinator in 2011 with GoCardless. I had a lot of my notes. I've looked, because I'm writing this book, I've been back over a lot of my notes from the early days of Monzo, and they're just full of like YC mantras, right? Like launch early, talk to users. So when we were starting Monzo in 2015, there were 20 other people trying to start banks. And the other 19 were like, we're going to go through the license process and like do a big IT build and then do a big bang launch in 3 years' time. And that felt terrifying to us. So I was asking our team, like, how do you prototype a bank? Like, what does that even mean? And we figured out, and everyone is doing this now, but we figured out we could use prepaid debit cards as a kind of an MVP for a full bank account. And we gave these out. We came to Techstars and others. And we got almost 1 million customers using our prepaid card before the full bank account launched. And it enabled us to just iterate and experiment with all of this different stuff. We had no idea how we were going to get customers, frankly. I initially assumed we'd have to do like really high cashback or rewards or something like that. But it turns out no, like a really, really smooth user experience, a bit of virality and network effect with like sending and receiving payments, kind of like Venmo built into your bank account, amazing customer service, a very bright, I've not got it here, a bright hot coral, like a pink card, so it's very eye-catching. All of those things really mattered. And then to wrap it all up, like a brand and a mission and a set of values that our customers really, really resonated with. Like Monzo became, and still is, honestly, 10 years later, like a social movement as much as a bank. Like it was an expression of your identity to use Monzo. It wasn't just, oh, I get more cashback here, so I'll switch. It was like, I believe the same things as these people. I believe banking is broken. It doesn't serve people properly. That it should be more personal and transparent and honest. Like, it was a deeply values-driven, kind of mission-driven thing.
Yeah.
And it captured like a zeitgeist in a crazy, crazy way. We got to 1 million customers with 0 advertising spend. It was nuts. You ask a normal banking person, like, how much is it going to cost you to acquire 1 million users? The standard response will be about $250 million of marketing spend. About $250 per user, right? And we did it for 0.
Crazy. And I imagine it took a lot of audacity to do this in London, of all places, because banking in the UK especially, to me, seems like very... it's companies that have been around for hundreds and hundreds of years.
Yeah.
Like when you started to launch services without a banking license, were people like, what was the reaction of people in the industry? Were they upset? Or?
They thought it was a joke. They thought it was like, I love the book, The Innovator's Dilemma by Clay Christensen, and he describes this perfectly, that basically these huge incumbents have, not through mismanagement, but rather through reasonably good management, have optimized themselves into a local maximum. Like they're extracting maximum like fees and value out of the industry, but they're struggling to innovate. And then a new competitor comes along, and it looks like a toy. It's for kids, it's for young people. It doesn't have all of the features, all of bells and whistles, and so people dismiss it and say, this is never going to be a big thing, like it can't do X and Y and Z. But the difference is it improves so rapidly that before long it overtakes the incumbents. And in a sense, the incumbents had to undermine their own business model to compete. We just said we're going to get rid of all of the fees and charges. We're not going to take any of them. We're going to find a different way to make money, basically. And we're going to have a dramatically lower cost base, so we don't have to have the same level of revenue per customer. The banks could have done that, but it would have involved like undermining their own revenue base.
And did any of them react by launching similar services? Or?
Yeah, they all tried to launch them. Like, there's a whole list of failed neobanks launched by the big... RBS alone had Bo and Metal, and they acquired a couple. JP Morgan had Fin. Like, you can go on and on and on. They all tried, and they all fucked. For like, many different reasons, but one is their technology was built before the internet existed, and that they'd grown through acquisition. So they didn't have one shitty old system. They had like 50 shitty old systems that they patched together like Frankenstein's monster. That was one problem. Tech was impossible to change. The second problem was it was run by career bankers who thought like very rigidly about financial products and not about customers and the things they wanted to do. So like making sure I don't run out of money before I pay rent is not a financial product, right? Or like giving visibility over my balance is not a financial product. Like a loan and a mortgage and a credit card, they're financial products, but the day-to-day experience are not financial products, and so no one in the bank gave a fuck about them. And then the third problem was just like everyone was getting bonus based on these fees and charges. So for example, when you took your card abroad and you paid abroad, the banks, they're less bad now, but 10 years ago, especially in the UK, they'd charge you like 4% to pay on your card abroad. And I went into this thinking, oh, it must be very expensive to use your card abroad for the banks. That's why they're passing on these costs. It wasn't. They were already making tons and tons of money on foreign interchange, which is borne by the shop, the merchant, the restaurant. They're just adding another 4 or 5% on top just because they can. And so, for sure, they could launch a new product with lower fees, but like, they'd just make less money. So,
I think I remember you wrote at some point, though, that Monzo was losing £50 per customer per month because you were so generous.
£50 per customer per year, yeah.
So generous on that?
For two reasons, yeah. We had much less revenue and we had much higher, initially very high costs. Because to get this prepaid card to market really quickly, we only thought 10,000 people would use it, so we didn't think it mattered that much. By the end, 700,000 people were using it, and we were bleeding 35 million a year. But we used a bunch of outsourced technology providers in the very early days to get to market quickly, like a card processor. We used Stripe. To load money into your Monzo account, we took an acquiring charge on another card. So we bought interchange, we paid interchange to get money into your Monzo card. And so we were putting billions a year through Stripe just to load money into Monzo. And Stripe must be making 10 or 20 million a year in interchange off that.
Wow.
So we just took shortcuts to get to market quickly, which cost money. But over time, we just brought it all in-house. We rebuilt a core banking system. We rebuilt a card processor. Once we had the license, we could issue full account numbers, so you could just make bank payments in. You could get your salary deposited directly into the account. And so it brought the cost way, way, way down. Now you can run a bank account, all included. It costs about $50 a year to fully run the bank account, including customer service, including fraud, including the plastic card.
Wow.
A big bank will be about $300.
And did you have to hire many people from the traditional banking system into Monzo?
Yes, mainly because our financial regulator required us to. We built most of the tech. I think of the first 20 engineers, only one had worked in a bank. And he worked he worked on a trading desk, building trading software. No one else had worked in banks. The banks themselves often don't build the software anyway. You go and talk to a banking executive about their software, and they treat it like this mystical thing that happens in faraway countries. And any change to it is very, very dangerous and very likely to get them fired. And so we never change the software. But the number of hops you have to go through to go from bank CEO to actual software engineer, I would reckon is probably 7 or 8 different people in that chain. And so it just they just have no conception of how to actually build software. And so it didn't seem like an actual big disadvantage to not have any bank people writing the software, but the regulator required us to have people like a CFO, a chief risk officer, a chief compliance officer, on and on and on, which was tricky because it created this big cultural divide within the company.
And so the rest of the team was software engineers, product people, people who could build things quickly.
Yeah.
Was it difficult to find that talent in London, or?
No, it actually wasn't. I think when you choose to do something very, very hard and ambitious, like starting a bank from scratch, and I'm not going to compare myself to other very famous tech entrepreneurs, but you can imagine the most famous tech entrepreneurs set out to do something very, very difficult. And in one sense, they're making their life hard, but in other ways, they're making it easier because the smartest people want to join that mission. So when we said in London in 2015 or 2016, we're starting a bank from scratch and we're doing it properly, we're actually going to write all the software from scratch, all the best software engineers are like, sign me up, right? Because what else are you going to work on? Some Twitter ads or something? It's just really boring.
Yeah.
So we were the #1 employer on LinkedIn, I think, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, across all of Europe.
Crazy. And you would be loud about your culture as well, right? You would publish blogs about how you work at Monzo, how there's such a focus on product. Is that as important as going out and talking about your product?
Yeah, I think it's the whole package, right? It's the equity you grant is going to be worth a lot of money, hopefully, because you're going to be a successful business. The mission and values resonate with the people you're trying to hire. They know they're going to have other talented people on the team alongside them, which really, really matters. The cash compensation we actually paid less than our competitors, but it was enough that it wasn't an issue. It's a whole package, but I think we just caught the zeitgeist more than anything.
And you brought a bunch of, I would say, innovative ideas to startups in the UK. One of them was you did a few big crowdfunding campaigns.
Yeah.
What was the reaction to that?
It was really fun. I mean, crowdfunding is an expensive, slow, operationally complex way to raise money. Like, it's really not an easy option. But we knew very early on that we didn't have the budgets of the big banks to sign up customers. You know, we couldn't pay $250 per customer. We'd have to take a different approach. And so we lent into things like transparency, community centricity, like being a personal face. And the idea that you could buy shares in your bank was like a cool idea. And so we raised money from a VC, and we pushed the VC down and said, instead of giving us 7 million, we only want 5 or whatever, 6 or something, because we want to reserve money for crowdfunding. And we went live, and the first time we went live, we had so much interest, the crowdfunding servers melted down, like it crashed their site for a day. We finally got it back online and relaunched a campaign, and we broke the world record for crowdfunding. We raised $1 million in 96 seconds from, I think, 1,700 customers. And we capped the amount. We said you can only invest $1,000 each, maximum, because we wanted as many people to have a chance as possible. And then we repeated it. We did another 10 million. Then we actually had to create a prospectus, which is normally what you do when you IPO. Because we crossed the crowdfunding limit of, I think, 6 million, we raised $25 million in our next crowdfund and had to write a fucking 100-page prospectus, which is like going public for a company. We just did that for fun on the side. It was, in retrospect, totally bananas.
Yeah, I should say I participated in the crowdfund.
Cool.
I invested £1,000, but because it was so limited, it was like a raffle, right, to get in. You put your name in.
Yeah.
And so me and my friends, a bunch of whom now work for Supabase, we all signed up and then decided if one of us gets it, we'll split the investment. So I think me and Johnny put in £500 each, and so we're still praying for that to pay off in an IPO.
That should do pretty well, I think. I don't know exactly how much it'd be worth, but I would guess maybe 30 or 40 grand now.
Not bad, what do you think?
That's not a promise. I haven't done the math, but I hope it's...
It is under my name, though, so...
If this Supabase thing doesn't work out for you, then...
Yeah. Oh, great. And then, so now you've made the switch to the evil side, to the VC side.
Yeah.
What, you said it's easier?
By far.
Do you work with many people in fintech now?
A bit, yeah. So YC is just around the corner. We do 4 batches a year now. Each batch is around 200 companies. Each partner will typically work with 25 companies a batch. I've done 3 batches this year for no good reason. So out of 75 companies, actually my top one probably is a fintech. It's called Axiom. So it's like a DeFi trading platform. Basically, it's doing super well on Solana trading right now.
Wow.
I think they're the fastest company ever. Everyone's claiming this stat, but they're like the fastest to 100 million of actual revenue. Like not run rate revenue. They actually booked 100 million revenue in 4 months from founding. It's fucking nuts.
And are you envious at all of people starting companies in the current climate with AI and?
Yes and no. I think now is genuinely the best time in human history to be starting a company. I started at YC in end of 21, early 22, and honestly, the ideas then were not super fun. They were like third derivation of like a B2B SaaS app, and then AI came along and just everything was cracked wide open. And now the breadth of ideas that are just working super well is incredible, and that is amazing. And I wish I'd had that when I was a founder, but also I don't want the founder life. Honestly, it really is. It takes over everything else in your life, and there's no room for for me at least. I never was able to balance it, and being an investor is great. I get a little bit of like the reward of working with founders, but at the end, I sleep really well at night. I don't have 4 a.m. phone calls to tell me the servers have gone down and the press is on the phone and all this kind of shit.
And so if you were to start Monzo today, what are the things that you think would be easier?
I think coding probably is more productive. Like being able to use coding agents should be easier. If I started Monzo today, I'd look really heavily into stablecoin, probably. Like I don't think you could start Monzo the way it started 10 years ago. The world has moved on. I am sort of surprised there's not a mainstream version of Monzo in the US. There's no neobank in the US. There's like Chime, which is for somewhat lower income people, basically. But I think Chase Sapphire and American Express have kind of got a duopoly on the kind of premium audience. So I'd maybe go and look at that. But I could talk about this a long time, and people, I'm happy to talk about it afterwards. That's not what we're here for.
And Monzo is in the US now, or?
It is, and it's not been as successful as the UK, I think it's fair to say. We've had a small team here for like 7 years, just chipping away, but they've not got quite the right product configuration yet.
No, great. From the outside, it looks like the YC batches are getting younger. Is that because I'm getting older, or is that real?
I think they probably are getting a little younger, yes. That is not intentional from our side, I don't think. Our applicant base is getting younger as well. And I think there are 2 reasons here. And I wish I could put the genie back in the bottle, in a sense. I think the 2 reasons are that there's a sort of meme amongst young people that AGI or ASI is coming in like 2 years. And you don't want to be relegated to the permanent you've got to like climb up the ladder and make your wealth before AGI comes, otherwise it's game over for you. I don't think that's true. People think we've only got 2 years left to build stuff. I also don't think that's true. That's one reason. Genuinely, people are dropping out of college, they're not going to college, they're turning down jobs to try and build stuff because there's this mind virus that like there's limited time. And the second is that the availability of seed funding to younger and younger founders has got greater and greater and greater. So we might see a team, 19 years old, like, really, we think you should stay in college. Complete your CS degree, we'd love to see you in a couple of years. But the reality is we know they will get funding from we will never see them again. We could try to say, no, like, stay, but the market is funding them, and unless we want to miss out, we just have to follow that.
Another thing I've seen a lot people talking about in the YC and startup community now is this idea of 996, that you should be in the office all the time, locked in. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think this is a really complicated subject. I think anyone who tells you you can build a successful startup in the early days without an incredible amount of hard work and focus and probably sacrifice is lying to you. Like it took everything I had. You're trying to create life from nothing to try and instill it with momentum when by default it's just dead. So yeah, it takes a lot, and we were probably working 6 or 7 days a week for the first 2 years. Yeah. I don't think it scales particularly well. And I think at Monzo, I never had to ask anyone to work harder. I never said, this is 996. I never put it in my job ads. I think it's become performative in a way that I don't like. Look, there are many, many ways to run a company. The way I chose to do it was I hired the smartest people I possibly could, and I would try to give them as much responsibility and autonomy as early as I could, and explain to them, hey, you're building this card processor. This is vital for us because we're wasting 15 million a year on card processing. So if we don't fix this, the company is doomed. And we do that with 10 or 12 engineers. Like, each of you has a vitally important task, and it really is genuinely vital to the survival of the company. And then all I had to do was try to stop them burning out. Actually, right? Like, I'd never go to any of them and be like, hey, why aren't you in, it's 6 p.m. on a Saturday, why aren't you in the office? I would go to people and say, I've not seen you take a day off in a while. Like, you need to take a holiday. If you find great people who are incredibly smart and ambitious, and they believe in your mission, and you've given them huge responsibility, I don't think you need to be slave driving, right? You're doing something wrong. So for me, it's about like responsibility and accountability, and then managing like burnout. That was a main thing I worried about, genuinely.
And with the companies in YC now, are you opinionated on whether they should stay in SF after, or if it's okay to go back to where they're from? And
unless you have a compelling reason to do otherwise, I would encourage founders to work together in person, and for that location to be San Francisco. Because I think there is an energy, an ambition, and a focus about this place that is unlike anywhere else on the planet. Maybe there are reasons. We couldn't start Monzo in the US in 2015, actually. We needed the banking regulation in the UK. But 90+% of companies, I believe, should be in person. They should be in the Bay Area. I just think it gives you a really unfair advantage. We have stats at YC that basically companies that stay in the Bay Area outperform other companies. Even pick New York. New York versus San Francisco. Companies that stay in the Bay Area grow revenue about twice as quickly in San Francisco and raise about twice as much money at twice the valuation. San Francisco versus New York. It's like, you pick. Which one do you want?
Counterexample.
And they're always counterexamples. Like Deal isn't. You guys are great. Deal's great. But they are two or three rare examples in 6,000 companies that we see. So it absolutely can be done. There are, I think, infinite ways to run companies. But if you want the best chance of success, I just stack the odds in your favor.
Yeah. I always think of, for us, it definitely feels like a competitive advantage because we're not fighting over talent in a particular city. We don't have to make trade-offs between people who are the very best at what they do and are just genuinely great people.
Yeah.
Because we have this global hiring pool. But there are definitely trade-offs. I mean, I have to do calls at 7 a.m., 11 p.m., everything in between. But so far, it's working well for us.
Seems to be working well for you guys.
Yeah, let's see. Good. Well, Tom, thanks a lot for speaking to us today.
Thanks.
And for hosting us.
It's been really fun. Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks, man.
Good stuff.
Okay. All right. Thanks so much, guys. All right, we're just going to keep rolling through the talks this afternoon until our break. So up next, I'm really excited to announce Dylan Field, the co-founder and CEO of Figma, and Paul Copplestone, the co-founder and CEO of Supabase. They're going to talk about building product. All right, thank you.
All right. Well, Dylan, thanks for being here. And
having me. Hi, all. See y'all.
So I guess the thing to lead with is you just went public. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I know it was a hell of a journey for you. You went through a few things, which maybe we can talk about. But I figured I'd ask, because there's a lot of builders here, it's probably quite foreign for people here. What's it like being a public CEO? How's it different from running a startup? What do you think?
So far, it's basically exactly the same. Kind of a letdown answer. Some earnings prep, but otherwise, it's like, yes, we were very intensely focused before we went public. We are very intensely focused now. And yeah, the journey continues. So it's exciting to have a milestone to celebrate everyone who's contributed to Figma all along, everyone who's contributing today, but also, like, the most exciting stuff lies ahead.
What about all the restrictions and things of being a public person? Do you feel that, or you just pretend like you're still day one CEO?
I think we set it up so that we're able to move fast and not feel that every day.
Yeah.
It has been interesting though, just kind of watching the process unfold. You do this thing called a roadshow where you go meet lots of investors, and the thing that we did differently on that roadshow was that we insisted that we could demo to everyone. And apparently this is not something people usually do. Usually it's all about the metrics and let's give the financial overview. And yeah, we did that too. But we made sure that people knew what they're investing in. Seems obvious to me. Not sure why it's not obvious to everyone. But
and to be clear, this is a bunch of bankers, right? So they would have never seen Figma before, or
well,
probably
bankers, investors, and definitely the highlight of the roadshow for me was when one of the investors walked out of the presentation with us, and he goes and follows me along, and I thought he was going to say something about here's my card, whatever. Goes, hey, I'm convinced. I'm going to transition out of investing into design. I'm like, let's go. That was the best part.
Nice, nice. Okay, so let's talk about Figma. You started just with a single, very well-made product, and now you're a suite of tools. How did you think about this? Obviously, going to a multi-product strategy, how was the tension? How did it change the company?
Yeah, so I guess like if we just back out a sec, I mean, the sort of vision all along was, how do you go from idea in your head to something that's real? And if you're going to zero in on what we're doing today and what we've been doing, is idea to product. And I think Figma Design is part of that, but it's obviously not the whole thing. And also, even with products today like Figma Make, which we're very glad to partner with Supabase on, you can actually do the whole prototyping journey or go all the way to a real web application you publish online, and yet you also might want to break out parts of the process as well. So we've always thought of it as like, how do you not lean into tension here and make it so that the platform's more complicated, but instead actually remove tension, pull out workflows of Figma Design, so that everything becomes more simple. I'll give an example. FigJam, we started to notice that there was behavior that had always existed, but it was starting to spike during COVID, where folks were basically diagramming, whiteboarding, brainstorming, and treating Figma Design like a space, bringing people together into it. And I remember one day Slack went down, and people started to like go back and forth with messages in text boxes in Figma Design. It's like, that's not what we planned for this to be. It's interesting. And basically from there, we pulled out FigJam, made it its own product surface, and that gave us far more room to experiment in FigJam. And also Figma Slides, I think, is another good example here. One day we picked up our heads and we're like, okay, we know people are making slides in Figma Design, we do the same thing. How much does it happen? It's like 5% of files that were being created were slides. Well, we can make a much better and more simple experience for slides, and so we pulled that out of Figma Design, introduced Figma Slides, and there's still a way to go into Figma Design. You can toggle design mode and then have all the power of Figma Design in there. And I think overall, it's like you don't want to put all the whiteboarding, diagramming features, all the slides features in Figma Design. You want to make them their own surfaces, and the same for all the other stuff we've been pulling out as well.
I just discovered Slides actually all the way up until 3 minutes before the keynote this morning. So it's an incredibly easy product to use. So
thank you.
Congratulations, very well done. How was the tension like when you built out the org? Because I'm sure going from single focus and then the organization has to grow and you've got to communicate kind of two roadmaps. Was there any tension there, or did it kind of happen quite organically?
I think that there's many areas where you start needing to have different roadmaps. So even as you go up market and you try to make it so you can build for larger customers, that's its own roadmap, as I'm sure you're well aware. And as we started to build out more on the community side, that was on the roadmap. But definitely going from one product with Figma Design to FigJam, 2 products, it was a bigger change. And it wasn't just another roadmap. It was, we have to think about all these assumptions we've made all over the platform, how we sell, how we operate the business differently. Mm-hmm. And then going from 2 to N was less of a change than 1 to 2.
Yeah.
So it wasn't trivial. I definitely had to push it through. It was a debate at the time. Folks were, it was a controversial decision to go and start prioritizing workflows outside of Figma Design, but ultimately, I think it makes Figma Design better, and that helped us all see that.
Yeah, nice. You're quite product focused as a CEO, right? And how do you? Actually, it's quite interesting. Maybe how do you even tactically with I don't know if you can say how many people are in Figma now, but I imagine it's could feel compared to like a lot of founders in this room, a big, slow-moving beast, and you probably or like I wake up in the morning and I think we should do something, and I throw it on Slack and hope it gets done. That can't happen with an organization like yours, or
I think I just like at least 5 examples in this last week of me throwing something on a Slack and us doing it. But
and does it happen?
So, yeah, I mean it's like a daily thing, especially when it comes to quality. And that's just not just me; it's many people in the org that are going, "Hey, let's go move fast." But yeah, you have to always be designing the org for speed. And whenever you notice a bottleneck, you have to figure out how to remove that bottleneck. And if you're not intentional about it, then you will slow down. You're always fighting to remain fast.
How do you actually then drive some of these ideas that you have through the org? Maybe even technically, like do you do product requirement documents, or like how do you make sure that something's going to eventually land in the customer's hands?
I think it's all about the same skills that you have as a small company, but making sure that you're actually doing them at scale. So for example, there's a lot of Figma makes floating around Figma. We're always trying to prototype and get aligned as quickly as possible. We're jumping into mocks and really trying to understand flows. And we're also always talking to customers. It's kind of a boring answer. Go prototype, go validate, go make sure you understand requirements. But yeah, the same thing at scale as it is when you're young.
Nice. Okay, so yeah, let's talk about the products like Figma Make, and especially now, with the wave of AI, everyone's pretty interested. I'd be curious to get your take. What do you think is going to change, especially around design? Now that AI is out, how will it change how people design?
Well, first of all, I think it just changes the importance of design even more. In a world where products and software are faster and easier to build, I believe this for a decade, but I even believe it even more now, design is the differentiator. If you don't lean into design, craft, point of view, you're just not going to make it. And so I would highly encourage anyone who's got anything user-facing, and even those who don't, to be trying to figure out how do you bring on designers as some of your first hires, and then also how do you elevate them. I think that we're going to see a lot more designer founders, designer leaders. So I'm very excited for Figma's place and how do we support that change and that transformation. The other thing that I think starts to happen is more people are coming into the design process. The faster it is to be consistent with the design system, and then to be able to use that to actually go create something that's doesn't look terribly terrible. It might not be the winning idea and execution, but at least you get your idea out there. How do you bring more of those ideas into the mindset of the group so that they can be discussed and you can collaborate and you can actually explore the option space that you're navigating through? And I think that ultimately, if you fast forward and AI is as powerful as we think it could be, then you'll be able to actually understand a lot of the intent through design. Already there's a communication loop that's going on between design and development. Design has an idea, they really are speccing it out partially in a design file, but then the developer is going back and forth with the designer, trying to figure out, okay, what about this edge case? What about this edge case? What's it do in this state? And that's a process that I think you can do in conversation with the developer, but also in LLM. You can do it in conversation and actually be able to go infer a lot of intent based on previous examples. That's not to say that the developers are going to go away or something, but rather I think designers are going to do a lot more of the developer's job. Developers are going to do a lot more of the designer's job, and roles will blur in general. And all this, I think, will elevate designers to make it so that they're able to be more strategic. It'll elevate developers to do what they're best at and to really think through strategic ways to actually go build things out. And all these loops will go faster. So I think it's going to be a pretty exciting future for how design changes with AI.
Do you see any tension, I guess, between designers or developers, or you just see them merging, and like how do you reach them? Is it through communities like Supabase to service developers, or you just see eventually a blurring of the lines between getting an idea out there and you can be designer, developer, doesn't matter?
Again, the expertise, I think, really matters in all these different areas. I mean, if you're going to be trying to handle a ton of throughput and load, like you need to actually be thinking through how are you going to do that. If we're going to go deep into database internals, you better bet we're going to be like thinking about that and sketching out architecture diagrams. We're not going to just go and vibe code it.
Yeah.
If we're trying to handle like immense scale and immense load and think through the right primitives and data model, that's not just going to be something that's random. And then on the front end side, I think that the more craft, the better in terms of how to differentiate your product long term. That's going to come from design, it's going to come from development. We've seen these roles be basically be blurring for 5, 10 years plus now. It's not just AI. People have been leveling up their skills all along. And so I think AI accelerates it further that just means that more people can do more things, but you still need expertise.
100%. And I guess like that's for the people using AI. I'm quite curious, what we saw in Supabase was when we were first getting started, we ended up building kind of this UI, and we were trying to bridge the gap between people who had never heard of a database before and were hardcore. We wanted to make sure they could go kind of as deep as they wanted. And we ended up building a lot of UI elements to kind of guide them through the process. And over the past year, we're just slowly stripping out these things, and we're just adding kind of chat and SQL, and these are kind of the two modalities which you can reach. I'm curious, is there an analogy with your products? Are you seeing that your UI within Figma and the products that you're designing, are they changing as AI is coming along, or are you just trying to build different tools for different audiences?
It's kind of both. I mean, Figma Make is a great example of a tool we've built that lets you go from prompt to working app. And also, folks don't always want to do every edit through a prompt. We make it so you can copy your screen from Figma Make right into Figma Design, go tweak it, go change things up, and do that in a free-form way, because designers like to think in a more free-form fashion. But when you want to be structured or use prompts, you can go right back into Figma Make. We announced an alpha, it's closed unfortunately for now, of an ability to basically chat and prompt in the Figma Design world as well. And that has been really exciting to play with and use, and I'm really excited to get that out to more people. So yeah, I think that overall technology closes gaps, and AI is a way that we are closing gaps even faster, to your point. I also don't think the prompt is the end-all be-all interface. There's so much more that we're all going to invent beyond the prompt and beyond text-based prompts. So that's something that I'm really excited for. I saw you go like this in the audience, so I'm really curious to hear what you're doing.
So what about at scale? I think you have quite a strong culture of play, right? How do you do this? How do you maintain this culture within an organization of thousands of people?
I think it's just so important to get out of like a reactive mindset and into a proactive one. And ultimately it's a mix. It's like you're never going to be 100% proactive, but how do you be at least more than half? You know, the more proactive you can be, the better. And when you are proactive, then you can actually, I think, have the headspace to be more playful, to have more fun. And that's where a bunch of the best ideas and work comes from. One way we do it, for example, is just dedicated maker weeks, where we take a week and we tell everyone in the company, you are free to do whatever you want, as long as it benefits Figma in some way. And yeah, like you might be the person clearing out your email inbox. I've been that person once or twice, but it's much more exciting when you're able to tweak a process or really change the entire organizational mindset with some idea that you're able to get out there and to develop alongside others. And these maker weeks, hack weeks, you could call them, honestly, most of the things that I think have been most impactful in terms of new features, but also new products, have come out of them. We have no shortage of ideas. It's just like, how do we explore them and how do we create space for that? That's most important.
Does the entire company participate in the whole week?
Everyone's invited to.
Yeah.
Sometimes sales is trying to close that deal and they don't. But yeah, everyone's invited to participate.
That's pretty cool. That's very cool. How frequent do you run frequently?
We aim for twice a year. Some years it's once. But we also do hack days and also just like encourage people when they've got ideas to prototype and get them out there. And yeah, the more that we can like get folks to share that stuff, the better. And it's just such a creative group of people at Figma in general. I think partially it's because of the product we have. It attracts a very talented, creative group of folks to come join.
Yeah.
And so as long as we can get out of people's way to let them explore this stuff, we're able to see great things from people as long as they have the time and we're not getting in the way of that.
And then when they've built things, of course, like you've got a great tool for demonstrating things, but also you've got to try demo it to the whole org. So like for us, we're fully async, so everything's recorded, goes on Slack, you can watch it. Do you do some sort of events like this where people hang out and they do a demo, or how do you spread it?
We do a combination of things. We've got all hands and we show stuff there. We obviously use Slack and people post things, and then the more wild and exciting they are, the more they often will travel. But also for things like Maker Week or Hack Days, we'll do a culminating event where everyone's able to see at least a good portion of what's been made.
Nice. Okay, the other thing that I've heard is you like to hire many former founders, which we also have a strong culture of hiring former founders. One thing that I get asked all the time is, why would a founder want to work in a company when they've previously worked in their own startup? Mm-hmm. So what do you see with hiring former founders or them coming into the org, working? How do they make an impact?
Yeah, I think, look, there's generally at Figma a culture of just running through walls, and we try to make sure that we set things up so that people feel the maximum agency to go do that. Former founders have like a very ingrained habit of running through walls, and so I think that they definitely set pace there sometimes. Yeah. But yeah, we've got a ton of former founders at Figma. We also have a ton of people that are not founders, and all can be successful, and all are. So it's very cool to see just what everyone does.
Yeah, we typically see they just take a lot of responsibility themselves, and we can generally give them free rein. I think we had Sugu here this morning, but we've got, I think, 30 of them in the company, and generally we carve off a huge portion. It's a huge relief to me as a founder as well, because I just know that they're going to look after things, and they've kind of got that day one mentality where they move super fast.
And you want, just in general, to instill ownership mindset in whoever's working on stuff. Yeah. But also, I think judgment's so important. And so that's the number one thing that I'm always looking for is, okay, who in the org has great judgment, and how do we make sure that they have the chance to go make as much impact as possible?
And for that one, the kind of day one mindset of ship, get things out really fast. I think, quite famously, you took around 3.5 years to develop Figma. Why did that feel like the right move at the time?
Honestly, I would advise everyone to not take that as a pattern to follow. And I tell people at Figma this all the time, how do we move faster? It was more that I didn't hire fast enough, and I was very slow to learn how to recruit. And we had just a problem that took a long time to solve. Figma design is not, even in its most basic form, it was not something that could be created overnight. And in contrast, other products like FigJam, Figma Make, we did get out quite quickly, but then we iterated a ton afterwards. And so the journey is not complete when you ship. But yeah, definitely don't follow our example there. And you were kind to mention just the timeline to release. That was to close beta. After that, we then took even more time to go charge. Charge right up front. See if someone wants this, validate that rather than wait. Don't repeat our mistakes.
Why did it take so long? Was it because I know that you famously took a bet on web, and also I've read your blogs on CRDTs and everything. Is that the hard challenge, or what was it that was so hard at the start?
Well, actually, in the initial period, we didn't even have multiplayer. So that was something that came in our closed beta, the open GA release rather than the closed beta release. Closed beta was December of 2015. GA was October 2016. Yeah. And we knew when we shipped that closed beta that we were going to do multiplayer because we were dogfooding everything. And as you dogfood it, if I load a page and then you go edit it and it force reloads my tab, that sucks. It just breaks all the expectations you have for web-based software. So, at that point, though, we were confident enough we had built something of value, and we saw people using it. And it took a long time to get to that point. We kept putting it in front of folks, and no one was using the thing. And then we'd ask them why, and sometimes they gave us very, very good feedback, telling us, hey, I need these 3 features, and then I can start using it. Other times it was, I just don't trust it. And the more we sort of dove into, well, why don't you don't trust it, we didn't get any answers. Coincidentally, though, as soon as we redesigned it and made it just visually more appealing, everyone trusted it. And I think just maybe designers really care about how their tools look. And so our design before was just not as good.
I guess then the hard question is, could you have actually done it faster? You had to learn these lessons along the way. How could you have got Figma out any faster than you did?
I think, again, if we had recruited faster, it would have been built faster. That long tail of features would not have taken so long, and we would have been forced into understanding, okay, we got to redesign this, we got to build multiplayer. All that would have happened on a faster timeline.
So what was the mindset when you were a founder? Why did you not recruit people? You were scared that you'd have to employ people, or what was it?
I think it's just like if you don't know things are working yet, it's very scary to put your foot on the gas and say, we're going to go accelerate hiring and burn when you're not making any money and you don't have any signal yet that it's really, truly working. But in retrospect, the signal was there. Even in the earliest days of Figma, when we had not even a beta, it was closer to an alpha. Text took a long time to write in the tool. Incredible lag, horrible performance issues. I remember one user test, I came to the test with a bottle of wine because I knew it would take hours to complete, and it did. And the performance was so bad. The amazing designer on the other side of that test followed up the next morning after we drank a bottle of wine and sent me literally a 10-page document, maybe more, and it outlined, here's this wild roadmap that I think you guys could build, including multiplayer, design systems, and how that could be very powerful for workflows. That I think I could have seen then with my sort of perspective now as product market pull. The market was trying to pull the product out of us. We just weren't moving fast enough to respond, and we could have moved faster with more people.
Nice. Okay, we've got just over 5 minutes, so maybe we can switch to you. And you as a CEO, lots of CEOs in here, so maybe you can give a bit of a sense of the journey for yourself and how you changed throughout the journey and what helped you to grow.
Yeah, I mean, starting off, I never managed before. I was like an intern turned CEO, because it just turns out you can call yourself a CEO. Maybe that resonates with some of you here. And I had all the things to learn, basically. What was comforting for me was the fact that if I had been any single role before, I still wouldn't have had the skills. So for example, if I had gone and been a software engineer and then a software engineering manager and then gone and started Figma as a CEO, there's a lot of other things I would have had to learn, and I'd be going from zero on. And that helped me get through some of the imposter syndrome maybe, but it wasn't until I not only started to listen to people around me, our board, other CEOs that were kind enough to invest their time, their money in Figma, but also started to recruit really senior people to our team that I could learn from too in real time and watch how they operated, that I think I started to truly inflect and evolve. Plenty of hard conversations with the team along the way. People were not shy to tell me I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. And
did you fire them, or?
No, I mean, some of them left, but for the most part, these folks stuck around and really helped me grow. Nice. And their feedback was a gift, even if it was hard to take at the time.
Were there CEOs kind of just one stage ahead of you that you leaned on or that you looked up to?
Well, one in particular that was extremely helpful along the way and still is Jeff Weiner, former CEO of LinkedIn. He invested in our seed round before we really had our direction clearly defined. And yeah, I mean, his advice when we were 5 people was super helpful. His advice when we were 500, also super helpful. So some folks can map again to that various stages of the business, and it's not always so different to think about how to operate at scale versus thinking about how to operate as a small startup.
How do you, especially as a product CEO, how do you spend your time thinking about how to grow the org and how to spend your time on the product? Do you literally split your day in two, or?
I think the ideal state is you've got focused time to deal with product stuff. Ideal state is not always the state.
Yeah.
And but when I can refactor my schedule to make it so that we've got dedicated time, that's the best. But yeah, I mean, right now it's pretty much every day I have something going on the product side, and in general, I'm always trying to figure out again how to be more proactive, how to push more on product, and to make sure the rest of the org is working so I can do that. But also hire the right people that can make the right calls without me in the room.
Nice. I also heard from a mutual friend, David, that I think he said that this is the hardest you've maybe ever been working on Figma, or that's what it felt like. How do you take time to step away? What do you care about outside of Figma?
I mean, the obvious, friends, family, that's first always, and even before Figma. But I think also just leaning into curiosity is really important. We try to encourage everyone to do that at Figma, but one way I do that outside of work is just through investing. Getting the chance to partner with other new founders that are building stuff totally outside the Figma universe, and with that, hopefully catalyze new tech to enter the world. It's really important. Also for Figma, we invest too. Been really, really lucky and honored to get to invest in Supabase through Figma, and thank you for that.
Thank you. Yeah, it's great. You're the only one who got to join this round.
We feel very fortunate.
Yeah,
so thank you.
It was great. Actually, yeah, if we hadn't met, I came, 3 months ago, and then we had to sit down and had a chat about what we were building together, and I was just so impressed that, the only one I wanted to make space for and dedicate time was you. So thank you very much for doing that. Okay, so the future of Figma. Where are you going? What products do we need to know about, and where do you see the landscape shaping up?
The things that we've been very focused on recently are kind of to your previous question around the tension around designers and developers. It's like, okay, if designers are doing more of the development role, developers are doing more designer role, how does that all work together? And whether it's Figma Make or it's Figma's MCP, which I expect designers will be using plenty of too, or ways to be able to prompt and iterate in the Figma canvas, get ideas out. We're just trying to basically cover all that ground together and think about it as one connected system. And leaning hard on AI with third-party and first-party models. So yeah, it's exciting about all the stuff ahead, but lots to go build, and couldn't be more thrilled to be doing it.
Super exciting. Okay, well, it's really nice to hear about your journey. It's great that you could share all these lessons with the CEOs in the room, and thank you very much for making the time to be here.
Thank you for having me. Thanks all.
Hey guys, we're just going to take a 5-10 minute break, and we'll be back. So if you want to run to the bathroom or grab a drink, you can go for it. Hello? Hey, everyone. If you could, hey, Wembo. If everyone could take your seats, if you're going to watch this talk. Also, there are talks going on across the street, if you haven't been over there. OK, so next up, Guillermo Rauch, the CEO and co-founder of Vercel, with Paul Copplestone, the CEO and co-founder of Supabase, talking about the AI cloud. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Welcome.
Gee, welcome. Good to have you here. I'm sure you need no intro. Probably most of our customers as well use Vercel, but I'm going to give you...
And if you use Supabase and Vercel. Yes.
That's pretty dominant.
We're in the right room.
Yeah. I'll give you an alternative introduction. So you're the author of some of the most popular open source tools. We care about open source. Socket.io, Next.js, and Mongoose, which is
sorry about Mongoose,
which is one of the most popular ORMs for Node.js and Mongo. So that's what I wanted to ask. As someone who spends so much time with Mongo and Node.js, how do you have such a high tolerance for pain?
Well, that was the thing that I was trying to do with Mongoose. Is I think the barrier to entry to every database is the developer experience. I think something that you guys have done magnificently is you didn't just give people Postgres. And it's like, all right, here it goes. Choose your instance size. I'm checked out. I think the modern database experience has to be full stack, right? You have to give people the driver, the higher level developer experience, the examples, the integrations with frameworks. We're just chatting backstage how to further improve the integration between Vercel Fluid and Supabase. And so I think the way that you can think about it is developer experience is eating the world, specifically the world of infrastructure. And at the time, I was a random community member trying to make the developer experience better. I think the bar is so much higher these days, right? You have to, as a company, as a community, own that layer of the developer experience.
For sure. And then what about open source itself? I mean, Next.js is, I'm guessing, one of the most popular open source tools in the world. What do you think about the tension between providing an open source tool and commercialization? How do you think about it?
It's such a great example that we started off with that example of my ORM, because over time, I didn't really have the capacity to maintain it. And so the company took it on themselves. My point on balancing open source in business is actually a very capitalist one. If you think about capitalism and why it's so great, it's because we're all incentivized to continue to grow the pie. We don't think of the economy as a fixed size pie. We don't think about it as a zero-sum game. And so the way that I think about Next.js is, if I grow Next.js to be the default way to build web applications, and Vercel takes a slice of that pie, which I'm really happy to share with other players in the ecosystem, then that gives me two things. One is the capacity to fund the project. And this is no small thing, right? Because otherwise, for projects that are so critical to the infrastructure of the internet, you want to be responding really quickly to security CVEs and security issues or incidents. You have to be really good at keeping up with the change in the landscape of technology. So maintaining open source is clearly a full-time endeavor. And so if there's a company that is incentivized naturally by the progress of that open source project, I think things sort itself out. I talk to a lot of early stage founders that ask me this question, and my advice is always the same: is don't think too hard about it. Because if your project grows and it becomes valuable to people, there will be naturally an emergence of services and infrastructure that are valuable around that open source project.
Yeah, there's also this kind of tendency that happens with products. As you pointed out, DX is kind of now the next frontier. Whereas when you're designing something in the open source, there's a little bit of this design by committee. So you're probably one of the best product minds on the planet right now. And one of the things that you've talked about is this progressive disclosure of complexity. How do you think about building products and reaching people, but also allowing them to kind of have this unbounded experience?
Yeah, there's a couple of things there. Number one is I try to make a distinction between like the developer experience as far as the API and the developer experience as far as the workflow. So to also wrap up on the previous question, I think something you guys have done so well is Supabase is actually giving me a sense of how my database is evolving over time. Developer experience is never a one-shot, one-time thing, especially if you position yourself in the critical path of a production workload. You're going to have to be monitoring it. You have to be understanding, for example, which are your slow queries. You're going to have to be thinking about the health of that project or that piece of infrastructure. So I think there's a place for companies to add a ton of value on the workflow. Nowadays, I think of developer experience as an open source good. And I think at Vercel, we've done a really good job of maintaining, okay, Next.js developer experience is fully open source, but when you ship to Vercel, we enhance the entire life cycle of bringing this thing to production.
Nice. Very cool. Okay, so...
Sorry, also I'll finish on one other thing. On the progressive disclosure of complexity, I'll say it's sort of become my main philosophy of how I build products. So on one hand, you have to make your product fit within the needs of someone that is experimenting or prototyping with something. If you think about the success of your product in the context of vibe coding, for example, why is V0 and Supabase such a good fit? Well, because in the early days of prototyping something, the tool lends itself really well to fitting the needs of what I call day one. The day one experience is something I still care very deeply about. Vercel is obviously operating at a very large scale today, lots of enterprise customers, governments using the product. And so I have to think about what I call the day 1000 experience. You don't want your customer to graduate out of your platform, right? But day one is so important because it's even hard for us to size up what the total size of this developer market is, especially in these days with AI. I don't think we could have anticipated what has happened with vibe coding. All of a sudden, everyone's creating a gazillion Supabase instances per day, right? And so that is a function of a founder. Typically, it's a founder that is obsessed with the day one experience. And what ends up happening is other platforms that are looking to integrate you will actually judge the value of your day one experience. When we were integrating Supabase tightly into the Vercel ecosystem, one of the things we looked at was database spin-up time. It has to be instantaneous. It doesn't have to feel like you're spinning up a piece of infrastructure. It has to feel like you're storing a file in the cloud. That's how fast the expectation of a new database is today. And secondly, the developer experience. If an agent is going to be the user of this day one experience, the SDK and the APIs need to be so good that it's sort of like 3 lines of code or a handful of tokens to get it started with it. Now, on the progressive disclosure of complexity, what happens at day 100 or what happens at day 1000? If I'm not mistaken, and I don't know if you've upgraded from this marketing tagline, I remember a tagline you had on like start on a weekend and then scale to billions. I think that, to me, goes at the core of this day 1000 thing. A lot of startups have died or failed to scale because their thing is really attractive at that weekend moment. And then you begin to throw more data at it, more workloads, more requirements, more guardrails, more enterprise features. And then you end up graduating out of the product. So it's extremely important that you think about this also for all your products.
Is that how you, well, how do you think about like V0 and Vercel? Do you think of it as an on-ramp and just part of the journey, kind of like day zero, essentially?
Day zero is actually awesome. You know, AWS is day one, we're day zero. We're even before day one. But that's exactly what it is.
By the way, how we refer to Supabase. You've got this tricky thing in databases and in tech, you know, called the duckling syndrome. Whatever you choose as your technology is going to be one of the things that you stick with. Whatever you learn on, you stick with through your career.
It's an investment.
So the problem with databases is you don't ever migrate And our thing was, well, if we want to become a database company, we have to be a day zero product.
Totally.
You have to think of us before you even know what you're going to build. You have to choose us.
It's foundational.
Exactly.
Yeah, so day zero is awesome. Sounds like we both are contending for it. I'm going to register the domain name right now, dayzero.ai or something. But totally aligned on the philosophy, and part of this day zero mentality is you have to stay on your toes because the world is moving so fast. Runtimes, frameworks, integrations, agents, MCP. Congrats on the Supabase MCP improvements. We also would have not anticipated that we had to adapt our DX, Vercel MCP, Supabase MCP to this nascent ecosystem of APIs. And I think we have to work on this day zero thing every single day.
Okay, let's talk about your fundraise. You just raised a Series F at $9 billion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to you as well.
You shared in your blog post you want to move from pixels to tokens. So what does that mean?
Pixels to tokens. I think of the past 10 years of Vercel as building the most beautiful pixels, hopefully. So Shat-CN just launched more components today. I don't know if you checked it out, if you've been on X today. We're very excited about pixels. I love pixels. I'm the pixel guy. However, increasingly, much of the software that we'll be creating and shipping will kind of have invisible interfaces. There will be a lot of work that is going to happen on the background. The Vercel Chapter 1 was all about the foreground. You're interacting with websites that are really fast. Select.supabase.com is hosted on Vercel. It's beautiful. It's super green. and pixels matter a lot to me, and we'll continue to invest in them, right? But, I'll in the future say, V0, build me a SaaS company. I want to make 50K in MRR, make no mistakes. And so what's going to happen is the agent will start cooking. I'll go grab coffee. And all of that work that happens behind the scenes, all of that compute, all of the tokens that are going to flow between all of the steps, between tool calls and computation, et cetera, will be happening on the foreground. And so this is kind of the foundation for what I've been calling the AI cloud. When you think about AI, you might be thinking, well, is that GPUs? Is that models? I'm actually operating at a higher level of abstraction, which is you get to pick whatever model you want to use, but you're coming to us because you want to either build something that's AI native, so it's like brand new with AI. A lot of people are building really cool products, like database.new. It's an example of an AI native product. But there's also a lot of companies that are thinking, how do I modernize myself? How do I disrupt myself with AI? And they're also going to be using this set of products and experiences that we're creating.
If this becomes part of the experience, is this kind of still like the day zero? Where do you see developers fitting in after the pixels and the tokens have been generated?
I'm team developers forever. So the experience that I'm optimizing for is, the best metaphor is next was to Vercel hosting and CDN, et cetera. What AI SDK is to AI Gateway and Sandbox and Fluid, et cetera. And what that means is there's still a developer experience. This developer experience might not start out with you building a front end. You might actually just start out with the agent. You might integrate it with some other conversational interface. Some people might start by deploying their agent with an interface on Slack, email. The world is probably going to move into a lot of event-driven stuff, which is actually really cool. So one product that we recently launched is Vercel Agent. Vercel Agent fires up anytime a pull request happens. So this is why I call it event-driven. The human didn't actually ask, hey, agent, please go review my PR, make no mistakes. You just submitted your PR. Soon, we'll fire up the agent when a build error happens, when you have a stale PNPM log file, another event that triggers all of this massive amount of background computation and intelligence. So this Vercel agent started with using the AI SDK, deploying it to Vercel, maybe use some backend framework like Nitro, Hono, Express, whatever. And then maybe you'll eventually build a front end for it. So I'm not saying pixels are not relevant. I'm saying the value will accrue in the future towards the accruing of intelligence. And intelligence will be one-to-one synonymous with how many tokens are flowing through your programs.
And is this part of your tagline now is an AI cloud? Is this what you see as an AI cloud? How would you contrast it to, say, a traditional cloud provider?
Yeah, a lot of the services that we're building are entirely novel, right? So the best example is gateway. So the category of CDN is well understood for pixels. You create a website and you say, I want to make it fast and reliable throughout the internet. Funny enough, and in part because of Vercel, we take CDNs for granted. But way back in the day, companies, first of all, used to have to build their own CDNs. Later on, used to have to configure them, especially after having built the application already. The classic story that I remember is you would ship something on the internet, it would get a bunch of traffic or it would get attacked, and you'd have to configure a CDN in front to improve availability, performance, and security. Now we take it for granted. And that was part of what I would call the front-end cloud. In the world of AI, we're seeing kind of the same things. If you go directly to the model provider, people are running into rate limiting issues, availability problems, all kinds of nuances with performance. And so we're kind of building, if you zoom out, AI Gateway is like the CDN for tokens. It routes around defective regions, it routes around defective model providers. And one thing that Vercel did with the CDN is we added a ton of intelligence into it. We added intelligent caching, we added a lot of cool programmable capabilities on top, and we anticipate that the same will happen with AI. And there's a bunch of other services. There's compute that's optimized for AI workloads. There's Sandbox, which is, I call it the EC2 for agents. It's like a sandbox, it's like a virtual machine where agents can safely execute code. And I think this portfolio of products will continue to expand.
I think it's kind of funny because when I first started, and it was now Zeit, I'm pretty sure at that time you were long-running compute, and then you threw all of that away.
We're so back.
And then, yeah, exactly. You went to short-running compute, and now you're back to long-running.
I don't know if you all remember Now, but one of the magical things about it is that you could just run any program. Now runs any program. Funny enough, spoiler alert, we're shipping a CLI for Sandbox that allows you to run any program. For now, it's 5 hours. It's going to get longer in the future. And it's going to be called Sandbox CLI. But for the nostalgic in the room, like myself, we can alias Now to Sandbox Run, and you'll get the same product.
Wow.
But I'll tell you why there was a mistake in the grand plan of Now. You do want long-running computation, but you also want reliable long-running computation. This is the space of what people call workflow or orchestration, which is, imagine you have an agent that is doing deep research, and you tell the deep research agent, go and cook for 20 hours. It's very unlikely that you want a discrete compute process that runs for 20 hours, and on the 19th hour, it fails, and it has to start from scratch. So you actually want a pseudo framework for computation that deals with the problems that happen in distributed systems like retrying, resumption. You want to be able to roll code in the middle of the running of the compute, which is a traditionally really hard problem when you're saying, well, my agent is cooking, can I run code, or should I run code at 3 a.m. and tell people there is a maintenance window for my program? So we're solving a lot of these really hard problems now of long-running background compute. And I'm spoiling a bunch of the announcements that we're making at Vercel AI, but I really like you guys.
So essentially, it's like a durable workflow engine. The whole of this architecture is a workflow engine.
Yeah, and it's in the service of these AI applications, right? I think another quote-unquote mistake that you could have pointed at with Now is that Now could have done everything. And when you're doing everything, you're not good at anything sometimes, especially when you're a young startup. And so I think the really cool thing here is that we're thinking a lot about integrations with AI SDK. We're thinking a lot about, thinking about what people are building with these things. Obviously, you want generic things, and sometimes you have very specialized use cases. But the thing that, in my opinion, makes an AI cloud good is that the 0 to 1, you have to have a use case in mind. And the use case that we're currently pretty obsessed about is Vercel agent type workloads. A good example is the other day, we did have a provider outage for Vercel agent. I'll say what the provider is. Actually, sadly, it was GitHub. Know this, we love GitHub, we love the Octocat. So because Vercel agent couldn't communicate with GitHub, we could have actually dropped a lot of work on the floor, and people would have been really annoyed, especially if you've now are building this like muscle memory around Vercel is going to review every PR I have. We're now in the critical path, and people might not have the confidence to ship a PR to production, or to check that a PR is dependent on might never resolve. And we're so proud that our internal solution for long-running compute was able to resume when GitHub came back online. And so this is kind of I'm showing a little bit of how the sausage is made at Vercel, right? Like we dog food these things intensely, we make sure they're good, and then we give them back to the world.
It's so funny because I can imagine where this is going to go, probably full circle back to where you started. And it's just such a funny thing that often the ideas are right, but the timing and the sequencing is everything.
Timing and sequencing is everything. This has now become like a meta reflection on like how to build a startup and stay focused and all those kinds of things. But I've been in so many situations, so many days of the running of this company where I'm like, well, I did have the right intuition back in the day, but that doesn't get you any prizes. Like you have to have the intuition, the timing, the use case, the go-to-market motion, the example, the desire from the market to use your thing, and it's a coalescence of things.
Well, it's a good segue then, because we've got a lot of founders in the team, and I imagine you've learned a lot of lessons like this along the way. Maybe one to start off, you're from Argentina. How has your international, where you've grown up, developed you as a CEO?
Well, I think you've experienced this. It prepares you for very long flights to the area.
Yeah.
Holy crap. I think it's the whole market or projection thing.
Yeah.
People underestimate how far away Argentina and New Zealand are from the rest of the world. I think immigrants typically develop an insane grind set. There's 3 characteristics higher order features of the kinds of people that I want to work with. I call them IGI: intelligence, grind set, and integrity. And grind set is really important. I think as an immigrant that is starting something from scratch, you have to overcome so many hurdles. Sometimes it feels unfair. I documented recently on X how to get an O1 visa, how I got my O1 visa. I had to jump through so many hoops. They put me through the ringer just to get that piece of paperwork. And those are the things that build resilience, and to build companies like this, you have to have an insane amount of resilience. There's things that are actually you have to leave behind. So there's traits of the culture and things that I've learned and how things are done and whatever that you have to be highly adaptive. An amazing trait for an entrepreneur, right? We're just talking about how you have to model your company, your products, your go-to-market motions according to how markets are shifting. And markets these days feel a bit like, I'm gonna say unstable, but I'm gonna say, it doesn't feel rock solid. Like every other day, it seems like there's a new groundbreaking technology that changes your entire roadmap. And I'm not gonna pat ourselves in the back too much, but you have to build with technologies like Vercel and Supabase, because you don't yet know exactly what it is you're gonna build. And if you're fighting infrastructure and Kubernetes and RDS migrations and what have you, you might just not catch that next wave. And this is why part of the chapter that we're entering now with Vercel that I'm really excited about is our infrastructure is now becoming lower level, and a lot of the products that we're building are higher level and are built on our own infrastructure. So AI Gateway is built on fluid compute. You can build a competing product to AI Gateway on Vercel. V0 is full stack on Vercel. You can build a competing product to V0. And so this is the kind of thing that becomes a flywheel. If you can move really fast, then you have that adaptability that, like I said, I think my background has given me, and I'm very thankful for that.
You're also really involved in the product. I'm curious, maybe even just for myself, how do you spend your day thinking between products, trying to keep the quality really high, and also leading the company and everything else that you have to do?
And tweeting.
Tweeting.
Yeah.
You said it.
Yeah, a good example is what's happening with AI right now. One of the philosophies that we have around AI is we're going to ship AI in the service of quality. And so you asked about how do you ensure that quality stays high. I think someone tweeted today or yesterday, iteration speed is an unreasonable advantage. And I'll say my wrinkle on that is that it's iteration velocity that you have to optimize for, which is the speed with that direction. I think as a company, you have to make sure that you ship really fast, but it's really high quality artifacts. It's simple UIs, it's reliable products, it's the things that people are going to like, it's the things that are customer centric. And that's kind of my job. I have another mental model for Vercel is that most people at Vercel need to spend a lot of time either close to the code or close to the customer. There's no other job at Vercel, either close to the code or close to the customer. And obviously there is other jobs. But even those jobs should be spending time thinking about what are we building and how are we building it. And so what I try to bring as a CEO is the quality bar. I spend a lot of time QAing. I actually spend a lot of time thinking about how I'm going to transform myself into a QA agent, work in progress. But I spend a lot of time on just quality bar. I spend a lot of time on driving urgency. There's nothing like a founder to think about the fear of God and the fact that there might be no tomorrow, right? Jeff Bezos calls this day two mentality. Companies don't die overnight, but they do progress into like a bad state that prolongs for a long time, where innovation slows down, iteration velocity slows down, politics sort of develops within the company, et cetera. And so my job is, how do I drive urgency? How do I drive that intensity every single day?
And how do you do that? Is it literally turning up and telling people, hurry up, or?
Yeah, that would be a terrible way to do it. Like, I'm like sipping on a margarita and it's like, can you guys work faster, please? I try to lead by example. I mean, I do simple things like having a consistent routine and like trying to show up in the best possible way to my team. I did get a nice compliment from someone I really like at the company the other day. Not that I don't like everyone, but someone I really, really appreciate told me, you know what motivates me to work is just watching you have that same intensity that you might have had the first day that you started this company. And this is sort of the warning that I'll give to people, is that you may think that you'll achieve a level of success at which point you can like little sit back and relax. And that actually doesn't happen. What does happen is that I think your job gets streamlined, but the intensity doesn't get streamlined. So you're maybe more focused and you might have more infrastructure around you. But I think the intensity doesn't. So leading by example is a good way. Using our own products. Preaching to the choir probably, but using Vercel a lot. I try to do this interesting thing where like, if I'm going to co-launch something with Supabase or whoever, I need to try the product. My default mental state is what I describe as sus. We have this really funny emoji. Yeah, seriously. We have this really funny reaction on Slack, which is from a video game, which is, I think, press F for doubt, or press X for doubt. X. And it's like a guy with a sombrero of sorts that is super sus. And whenever something is cooking and someone is like super confident, I react with either the X button or the sus emoji. Because you have to really always think, my product almost doesn't work. I'm sure I'm not thinking it through. I'm sure there's a customer that doesn't know as much as I expect in my head that they're going to know. And I try to always bring that fresh perspective. Sometimes it's from customer conversations. Hopefully some of you come up to me and say like, dude, I tried to use the Vercel AI gateway and it freaking sucked. And then I bring that back to the team. Or I try to test something myself from first principles, whether it's, you know, on a late afternoon or during a weekend, and like try to live the reality of the product.
Nice. I think another thing that you're clearly very good at is communicating and working as a CEO. How have you developed this skill? Is it innate, or have you developed it? Who do you look up to? Tell us the journey.
Yeah, the journey was when I was in high school. I endured, going back to like Ryan said, I endured this like really hard entry exam for a public high school in Argentina. I'm very thankful for my upbringing in Argentina, specifically for my education. And there were two sets of exams, math and language. And I thought I would be better at math, and I was okay at math, but actually I spent a lot of time thinking a lot about language. I'm very thankful about the education that I got. If you know, there's an Argentine author named Borges. Highly recommend reading him. And highly recommend his study of the English language. He was an Argentinian writer obsessed with the English language. So I've always been a student of the English language. And I pay a lot of attention to language. You know, I think a little bit of the prompt engineering wave is a return to the value of language and communication. Not that the hard skills of math and science are not going to be valuable, but I do think all of us should spend time perfecting language, spending time on high quality communication. Definitely a thing that you need to do when you scale a company. You need to improve your language. You need to improve your communication skills. And maybe there's something that comes naturally, but you have to work on it. You have to work on communicating, and yeah, I work on it, and I enjoy it, so
nice.
Yapping.
Okay, well, so what is the next step for Vercel? Anything to share that people should look out for? I know you've got a conference coming up.
Yeah, since we're at a database conference, one idea or metaphor that I've used with my chief product officer a lot is that products evolve by processes of mapping and reducing. Mapping and reducing. What we've done recently with our product lineup is we've expanded it. We've launched a lot of stuff. And I think, and take this advice also for your own products, when you launch a lot of things, you have to make sure they land. You have to deepen the quality, the documentation, the education, etc. So I will continue to, advocate, evangelize, tell people about the AI cloud, make sure these products land, make sure the products are excellent. We'll launch a few other things, and I think I'm proud of launching new products, but I'm even more proud of, experiencing the things that you guys all ship. So let me know about the things that you ship. Let me know about the agents. Let me know about the things that we should make better about this AI cloud ambition. And yeah, excited to build it all with you guys and Supabase.
Well, G, it's always great to hear from you. Thank you very much for coming.
Cheers. Great job.
All right.
Hello. Okay, so we have a 30-minute break, so I'll see you back here at 3:45. Thank you. right, everybody. If you're here to watch the talk, you can grab a seat. OK. So the next talk, it's going to be Ant, co-founder, CTO of Supabase, Christina, co-founder and CEO of Vanta, and Hahnbee, co-founder and CEO of Mintlify. Thank you.
Hello. Welcome, guys. Christina and Hahnbee from Vanta and Mintlify. Hands up in the room. Any users of Vanta? OK, decent. Mintlify? OK, definitely a few. Let's start then with maybe a quick elevator pitch from both of you, an explanation on what you do. Christina?
Great. So at Vanta, we help businesses earn and prove trust. So earn trust helps set up initial security programs and get kind of baseline security programs in place. Then, kind of, you've done all that work, help you go use that to prove trust to enterprise buyers through things like compliance audits. We're very well known for SOC 2 and our billboards. There's a compliance piece, there are questionnaires, trust centers, basically all that ways to take all the hard security work you've done and use it to build credibility with your enterprise customers.
We're having some audio issues.
Oh, yeah.
Have we got Christina's mic?
Hello. Is this any better? It's not listening to me. Maybe not.
Is her mic on? Oh.
Oh, okay.
No, wait, that's me.
Oh, that's you.
Yeah.
Hahnbee, would you like to give us your elevator pitch?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Hahnbee. I'm a co-founder and CTO at Mintlify. We create public-facing developer documentation for other companies. We serve roughly 20% of every YC batch, and we work with companies like Anthropic, X, and Coinbase to power their developer documentation hub.
Have we got your microphone back?
Maybe. Can anyone hear me? Is this any better? Woo! Okay, great. Awesome.
Should we hear about Vanta again?
Sorry. Be more succinct this time. OK. Vanta helps businesses earn and prove trust. So the earn trust help build out initial security programs, scale those, so you have a sense that the founder are by doing the baseline reasonable things. And then you've done that work. Use it to prove trust and get credibility with enterprise buyers through things like SOC 2 audits or other compliance audits, questionnaires, trust centers, all sorts of other ways to take all that hard work you've done and use it to build trust with your customers.
Oh.
Some feedback. I think we're good.
It's an adventure.
This is what happens when you add a third person to the stage. It just is chaos. So the fun thing about both of your products is it's things that, like, when you hear it, you're like, this clearly should have existed before. Like, why was no one building Vanta before Vanta?
Because you say compliance to an engineer and they went screaming from the room. Kind of actually.
So no one wants to work on compliance. Compliance is like a...
Paul Graham called them schlep businesses, but like the schleppy businesses. Yeah.
So when you applied to YC,
yeah,
they were like, yes, finally someone's willing to...
No, honestly, like in 2017, 2018, my best estimate, which was bad, was there were 1,000 SOC 2s in the world. And the pitch was we're going to SOC 2 every startup. And they were like, all 20 of them, you're going to get them. They were mostly like, you seem kind of crazy, but maybe crazy in a reasonable way. So we'll see what happens.
And is it something that changed in the world?
Yeah.
Because when we started Supabase, it was 2020. As soon as we started trying to sell to anyone who wasn't just a solo developer, they were like, well, have you got SOC 2?
Yeah.
Was that new, or has that always been the case?
Yeah, so kind of two things happened. One more us and one not us. The not us, and we were just very lucky, was at the end of 2018, the body that regulates SOC 2, it's actually the American Institute of CPAs, like financial accountants, they changed their rules, totally independent of us, they didn't know we existed, to say, hey, if you get a SOC 2, you should make sure your vendors are also secure, and we recommend you do that with a SOC 2. Independent, that was just lucky. But it wasn't a hard rule, but it was a strong nudge, I would say. And then I think what we did at Vanta, and this was the goal, but it's surprising that it kind of worked, was we dropped the cost of getting a SOC 2, the dollar cost, but really the time cost, Like previously, it really took your CTO a year to go do a thing, and so no one did it. And an enterprise was like, I don't really want to, like I know how expensive that is for your CTO, so I won't ask you. But then when it got a lot easier, it was like, oh, I'm going to ask you for that thing.
Yeah, okay.
And so that started, those two things started the snowball.
Yeah, it makes sense. Hahnbee, Mintlify is clearly something that should exist in the world. What were people doing before? Were they like writing their own documentation or?
Yeah, there are other competitors, and when we were pivoting for a year, our story is, like 7 different pivots before we landed on the idea that we have today. And we were always in DevTools because we really resonated with developers. And at this point, we had gone through YC, and we still hadn't really figured it out yet. And so we were talking to our other fellow YC founders about their problems, and they kind of told us that public-facing documentation was not solved yet. And so we knew that there were other things that existed. What we kept on hearing over and over again was that it was clunky, it wasn't super developer-friendly. And so we kind of just built an MVP within a week and then started selling it. And I remember hearing your story, it started out as a spreadsheet. Mm-hmm. We did, I guess, something very similar where the MVP was just a website that you couldn't update at all, and people were willing to pay for it. And so we're like, all right, there's clearly validation here. It's clearly people want this a lot more than anything else that we've built before. And back then, if you told us that this is what we're building and this is what we're going to be working on, we probably wouldn't believe you. But I think when people pull you within that direction and you're solving a real pain point, it's exciting.
And was there a moment that you knew that you had product market fit, or was it blurry, or how did that feel?
I think the product market fit definitely came over time, but I think we knew that there was something different here when we showed MVP to somebody and they were like, send me the Stripe link. They were immediately willing to pay, as opposed to people say product market fit feels like chasing a boulder down a hill as opposed to pushing a boulder up a hill. It definitely felt like there was a lot of validation here. In previous products, we were pushing a boulder up a hill.
Yeah, and I think one of the insights is, if I'm not wrong, that it's your API first as opposed to UI first.
Yeah.
Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, of course. That's our first MVP was just a website, and the users couldn't even update the docs at all. And then we started selling this thing. We got our first 10 customers, and they're like, guys, we need to update the docs. And we're like, okay, what can we do quickly? Let's just make a GitHub app and build a CLI that lets you preview your docs locally. And we always thought that this was a roundabout approach that we need to deprecate very soon, but that was not the case at all. It's really the preferred way for developers to work. They get to stay in their IDE, and nowadays now they can leverage AI tools like Cursor as well to write their docs and reference their code base. And this part of our product and this design decision that we made early on is core to our product, and it's a part of it that has product market fit. So developers like CLIs, they don't like buttons, they like to just stay where they're working.
Yeah, that's great. And Christina, on the product market fit question, was there a moment that you felt that we definitely have it?
Yeah, I think I've very much co-signed the, boulder downhill, boulder uphill, or if you are, or if I think back to myself and I was there are these moments where I'd wonder if I had product market fit. If you are in fact sitting and wondering, the answer is no, deeply. There is no wondering, or the wonder round down. And so I can give you specific anecdotes if helpful. I think the overwhelming sense was it was just working better than it should. We had this really janky website that was black and white, because a designer friend of mine had been you don't know how to design with color, so just don't. So everything was black and white. We were using Blueprint at the time, because it was 2017. And so it was just this, as one user called, the brutalist white website. It was terrible, except it worked, right? Except people were literally paying us $10,000 due next week to access the brutalist white website, right? And you look at that and you're there's no, this makes no sense and these people are totally irrational. And that was both true, but also the brutalist white website got them to an outcome they wanted in the way their alternative was go find a consultant and spend tens and dozens of hours with them and pay them $50,000. And so it was rational, but I think it's just kind of things like that where you're or even, when I started selling Vanta, again, I did so much better than I should have. I didn't know how to sell. I mean, I still kind of don't, but it just all worked better than it had any right to.
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask about branding because any other compliance company in the world has a shield or a lock and key or something like you have a purple llama.
Yes.
Why do people trust the purple llama?
Yeah, we maybe should use the llama less often to that point sometimes. But like actually there were two we did think about brand early on, which both felt very silly at the time because it's like such a luxury good. Again, you're like, I have no business, like I'm basically unemployed and yet I'm dreaming about brand, like surefire way to continue to be unemployed. And there were parts where like everything is lock and key, everything is like red and green and black and white, and all the security messaging is like, basically you're an idiot, and if you don't buy my tool, you're gonna get breached, and then the rest of the world will know you're an idiot. You know, and like, it just like was gross. And so what we tried to do was like, think our users are smart, and our brand attribute, but actually is like with a wink. And I think when like Vanta's at its best, there's like this winking kind of jokey part, and I think the like compliance that doesn't talk too much phrase and billboard is like a great example of when we've nailed it. I think sometimes we use the llama in a way that we mean to be winking and it actually seems really childish, so there's like gradations there. But I think like at our best, that is what we do.
Yeah, great. Hahnbee, on brand, where did the name Mintlify come from?
Yeah, so we're always in DevTools, and I was actually ideating, like looking at like the slash, like for comments and like the asterisks and stuff. And we also really just fixated on the word mint. And Mintlify is just mint plus simplify. And the .com was available for $10. So ideally it was 2 syllables and not 3, but it works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And was Vanta.com available?
It was squatted, and it was basically the price of a used car, which is roughly our budget. Yeah, good purchase.
Yeah, I think we were Supabase.io for maybe a year before we purchased the .com. And then we had a friend of ours who, so weirdly enough, Supabase.com was registered by someone who lived in Singapore, which I don't know if it was a coincidence or if like Koppel had seen it somewhere in Singapore on the street, the brand, but coincidentally in the same place. And so we had a friend of ours who's Singaporean go and do the negotiations. I believe we got it for like, was it 10 grand?
Oh, that's good.
Which now seems like a great deal. At the time seemed very expensive.
Yep. Okay, we were 20,000, but I'd never sent a wire, and so I stiffed him $20 on the wire fee accidentally. 19,980.
Screams trustworthy. Oh, great. And so you both went through YC. Hahnbee, you went straight from college, is that right?
Yes.
Is that a path that you recommend to others, or?
So my co-founder and I were seniors in college when we applied to YC. And when we applied, we promised each other that we would drop out if we got in, because it was worth it. You know, we're looking at Airbnb and Vanta, and we're like, oh, okay, like this is worth it. Like this is a good enough brand for us to do this for. And we eventually got in, and I was sitting in class, and I was like, you know, we're like just about to graduate. And so I went to the guidance counselor for 3 weeks straight and was able to finagle a graduation. So technically I graduated in 3.5 years, and my co-founder did not. And then we did like our senior year our spring semester of senior year was basically YC. And we stuck to this timeline as opposed to like deterring anything, because like the urgency was there. Like we're like, we need to make sure that we're building, that like the timing is now. Like we were still figuring it out, but like there was like no time to wait essentially in our mind. And so that's kind of like why we went for that. And nowadays when I meet other students, my advice is like, if you want to do it, just do it. Like there is like, you don't need to go to big tech and then learn how to do a startup if your end goal is to be a founder. Just go for it. Totally. I have a bit of a full send mentality nowadays.
Yeah. And I saw actually that YC just announced that if you are in college and you apply, you can now defer. So they're not going to force you to drop out of college, if any of you are thinking about that. Because I know PG is very adamant that you should finish your college. It's a good experience. Christina, you were a VC before you were a startup founder? It's usually the other way around. What made you go from investing to being a founder?
Yeah, I basically got really lucky and straight out of school worked at Union Square Ventures, an early stage firm in New York. Dumb luck, very lucky. And then Jaw, and I worked for 3 guys, and they sort of didn't tell me what to do, so I sort of figured it out, and it was great. It was wonderful. And the job was awesome in lots of ways, because it was basically run around and talk to founders and figure out what's interesting, and then like figure out where the world is going, but kind of actually, because that's how USV worked. And I loved it, and I kind of felt, and it like appealed to all the parts of me that wanted to be an academic and wanted to be a professor, just like what I thought I wanted to do until I was like 22, because you get to run around and learn about new things all the time. The part that I didn't like was also like academia, where you're like, cool, I learned all the things, now what? And in venture, I think it's like, oh, well, now you get to sit and see if it makes you a lot of money. Like, why are you complaining? And I just kind of was like, no, I want to do things. I want to do things. I want to do things. And so I was very conflicted, and I was like a super obnoxious 24-year-old, because I was like, my life is so hard. I've got to figure this out. And I apologize to everyone who had to deal with me at that point. But like, anyway, I kind of eventually, and with some pushing from some good friends, it's kind of like, again, go try it. Like, what's the worst that happens? You like get a job at insert big tech company, like, man, sucks to be, like that's a great outcome in like every room except this one where people don't want to work in big tech, but like in the rest of the world, like that is not downside, like go try it.
And then is it true that after being a VC, you took time out to learn how to build things?
Yeah, so basically, I was like, okay, I kind of am angsty, but like don't want to be an investor. I want to be a founder. I know there's lots of people who start companies and can't code and do like deeply, but I don't want to be one of them, and I don't think I can be one of them. So I'm going to take my bonus, which was like kind of because it was like a finance job, so it's like my finance bonus, which I hadn't spent, and then I lived off of that for like the next 2.5 years, and like truly wasn't unemployed, like kind of did not have health insurance. Told my mom who's a professor, was on sabbatical. She'd be like, when are you going back? And you're like, right about that sabbatical. But anyway, and like just taught myself to code, and I made a bunch of stuff, none of which you've ever heard of or ever used, and sort of learned how to make things.
And was it useful?
Yeah, deeply.
Because now, so you had a co-founder for the first couple of years of Bouncer. Now you're on your own. How difficult is that?
I mean, if you have a co-founder you work well with, that is in fact the best case outcome. I think if you have a co-founder that you don't work well with, there's lots of like negative things for you all in the company and the product and the team that kind of fall from that. I think, in some ways when my co-founder departed Vanta, like there was just this moment of clarity where you're like, okay, you need to like pick your decision, like who makes it. And it was very clear I did. And I actually found that very empowering and also clarifying. Whereas before it was like, well, we talk about it and and whatever. Like you have whatever the co-founder dynamic is, which can be very healthy. But there was just a part where you're like, oh, okay, well, I got to decide and I got to do the best I can. But I actually found, again, clarifying and kind of empowering. But yeah, is that like the best outcome? Or like if I had a magic wand and could change all the variables? Like, no.
Yeah, I imagine it's very difficult because one of the benefits I feel of having a co-founder in Koppel is that when you have those days or weeks where you're kind of down, the other person then sort of drives forward, and then vice versa, so you always feel like you're making progress regardless. Hahnbee, how many co-founders in your company?
Yeah, I have one other co-founder, so 2 of us.
And both technical, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so you can build very quickly?
Yes.
How do you split up the responsibilities?
Yeah, so I lead product and engineering, and he leads like sales, go-to-market, and everything. And so, but he still is like involved in product as well, and we make these decisions together. So I'm very thankful. I think for that 1 year of pivoting, I'm actually very thankful for that time, because I think we learned how to work with each other during that time, like just the 2 of us. And now, honestly, we do work quite independently because we have a ton of trust between the 2 of us. Yeah.
And since he's technical, is he like psyched to be doing the sales, or like how does he feel about that?
I think like honestly, like my job now is a lot of recruiting as well. And so I think we both understand the duties that we need to, do for the company. He doesn't complain about it too much, but every so often you see a PR come out from him like late at night or on the weekend because he wants to be coding. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. Like it's always like, as a founder, you basically just have to do the bits that no one else is doing at that time. So for us, it's been very fluid. Hands up, are there any solo founders here? Okay, quite a few. Yeah. Anyone applied for YC or planning to apply for YC? Okay. Any tips for people like looking to fill out their first YC application?
Okay, I'll try to, this might sound a little tongue-in-cheek, kind of is, but I'll try to explain it. Like, there is a lot of advice online about how to fill out the YC application. It kind of works, like it's good advice, and also like your path is different than mine, and go for it. Like, if you want to do that, go for it. I also think the goal, at least for me, is like not to get into YC. It is to like build a large, sustainable, enduring business, and like YC wants to fund large, enduring, sustainable, large businesses. And so I would like almost like fill out the application, and like maybe there are some like kind of tricks on the side or like tips on the side you should use, but like really think about optimizing for like what have I done to help me build a large business and I have confidence in this opportunity being large, and how do I convey that? And like one form of that is YC, and one format would be like first employees and investors and I don't know, first landlord, if you have to convince someone to give you rent when you have no money in your bank account and nothing to like securitize, whatever. But like, if you kind of keep the focus on like, it is to build a large business, and like, yes, I would like to get in YC on that journey, but like, I'm going to optimize up here, not just for my application. And there's lots of like really good application tips online too.
Yeah. Hahnbee, any tips?
Yeah, to me, I really appreciated YC because I feel like before I did YC, I was like just a software engineer, and then afterwards, I was much more business oriented and thinking about like the important metrics that you need to be thinking about to build a healthy, sustainable business. I feel like I do really like having a co-founder, so I feel like having a co-founder is nice, and being able to, have someone in your life that you can do that with. I totally recommend finding a co-founder. And second thing is just have extreme clarity of thought on what you're doing and like conveying that. Like, explain to me like I'm a fifth grader type, or like, it should be like, you should be able to describe it as if it's on a napkin. That kind of clarity is, I feel like, is what YC is looking for. And I think that's also like how Paul Graham writes his essays. Like, just keep it really simple. We don't need to make this complicated. It should make sense just from a first glance.
Yeah. So our tagline here is build in a weekend, scale to millions. We've talked a little bit about the build in a weekend getting started. On the scaling side, one of the things that we get asked about a lot is hiring. So like growing the team out. I'd be interested to hear what was the first big gap in your co-founding team that you just knew you had to fill with someone really good. Christina?
Yeah, so our sort of early hiring trajectory first was a compliance person, which I would not recommend unless you run a compliance company and don't have a background in compliance. Then I'd recommend it. But like little, specific. Then it was just 5 engineers. And then it became a game of like, what was I spending lots of time on? And so actually the next person was a support person, because I was like answering emails from customers. And then the person after that was, we like invented, okay, I think I would not recommend we did. We like invented a role, because we're this unique business and we're so special, and like we have this unique thing no one else has. And like some of that is true, and some of it is like also, at least in our case, like we're a SaaS business. And what we were describing was basically a combination of 3 roles, which made it very hard to recruit for, because we had no brand and we didn't know any of these people. And so you walk around and are like, hi, I want this weird titled role that is like excellent at 3 things. And people are like, good for you, like have fun, Like what we should have hired was a customer success manager, kind of in the support vein and customer vein. Not what we hired, that's what we should have hired. And then it was a AE, like a seller. But it was kind of this exercise of like, where is my time going and how do I take like 3 hours of support emails a day and give it to someone, and then like what comes next, and then you take that and give it to someone.
But the support emails was self-inflicted, right? Because you would send out emails that people thought was a bot.
Yes, so some of it, they were self-inflicted, and like sort of one of my mental models for product building is you're trying to build something and give it to people, and if someone cares enough to write you back, even to tell you you suck, like that is amazing, actually. They have a job, they are trying to do things in the universe, like that they care enough to tell you, great, terrible, annoying, deeply problematic, whatever, is truly a gift. And so we would do things to like induce the emails, and then I was very stringent about like getting replies, and it wasn't always like we have addressed everything immediately. I mean, that's awesome if you can do it, but like getting replies, because these people took time out of their busy days to tell us something, and you're like, they actually cared, again. And as someone who's like built long lists of things that no one wanted, it was like, this is so amazing, people want it, like don't break it.
There's a meme at Supabase. After 7 days, if you have an inactive database, you get an email from me telling you that we're going to shut it down.
Yep.
And the responses on these emails are like so varied.
Yep.
Some people are like, yeah, I totally understand. Most people don't respond because they think it's a bot, but I handwrite every one of those emails. I hope you guys know. But then some people are super angry because they feel like they've been called out because they haven't been working on the project for 7 days. So, but the anecdote behind people thought it was a bot for you?
Okay, so these were actually like in product well, they weren't in product, in theory, we pretended. They were in product notifications. We just didn't quite know like we had ideas of what we should send, but what should those emails be? What should the cadence be? What should the frequency be, right? And it was mostly like experimenting with those things when we had like, I mean, not even no notification system, no SES queue, it was just like, and then, we'd go build that, but like it was a like first, there's just a bunch of other stuff we should build before then, and then I could hand over like a really clean spec, i.e. these emails, this cadence, this copy, go, and that was really easy to prototype and do.
Yeah, amazing. One thing I wanted to cover before we finished was people who discover your product. I did a quick test with ChatGPT and asked it for a recommendation for a SOC 2 compliance company. You'll be happy to know that Vanta was at the top.
Thank God.
I think Mintlify also does some stuff here. Like, have you got any tips on how to be more LLM ingestible?
We think about this all the time as a documentation company, for like, servicing docs for other companies. Now we're building docs not only for humans, but for LLMs. And so we're experimenting with a lot of things. A lot of new standards are coming up, even MCP, LLMs.txt, like surfacing things in Markdown. I've also heard about some like Reddit tips where you're supposed to like Reddit inject or like, comment about your product within Reddit. I have to mess around with that a lot more, but it's generally, I would say that like having good content obviously matters a lot more too if the LLMs are reading it and learning, reinforcement learning, and all of that. So everything is very new and people are very scared, I would say. But I think we're moving fast and adopting quickly to make sure that we're leveraging LLMs to reference our products, which I know is a huge thing for Supabase.
And I credit it to. There's a lot of people in the community writing content about Supabase, which I think was just right time, right place. That all got swept up by the LLMs, so now they recommend us, which is great. But I also think we put a lot of effort into everything you can do in the Supabase dashboard. You should be able to do programmatically via the API, which isn't always the case. And it's kind of easy to not do that when you're growing quickly, is to keep parity. But we put a lot of effort into it. And that was just one of the accidents that happened, was then the LLMs were like, well, I can use this out the box, even before MCP. And it worked really well. Great. And you just launched a Mintlify agent. Can you tell us about this?
Yes. So we've put in so much work to make sure that the frameworks are there in order to have good documentation. And like you have the nice UI and search and everything, but it all doesn't matter if your content is wrong and out of date. And this is kind of like a cultural problem where developers don't like doing this either. I guess similar to compliance, which is why it makes a great product for you to ask another company to do for you. And so we're just making it as easy as possible in order for the content to stay up to date. And it's been super fun. It's kind of interesting, like building this agent and slowly gaining trust with it over time as well, in spite of the fact that it's like an AI. But yeah, I'm super, you guys should try it out if you hate writing docs. It's super fun. Does anyone
really love writing docs? Yeah. We got one.
Oh, I'll have to talk to you guys.
Oh, great. Great. Before we go, Christina, I have to ask, did you wear Supabase green deliberately today for us?
Yes.
Fantastic.
I wish I did. I wish I were this on it.
Nice. Well, guys, thank you so much for joining us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, everybody. I'm going to talk to you for a couple minutes while we adjust the furniture. How's the day going so far? Yeah? Cool. Wembo, you want to come up here? No, you can do some crowd work? Okay, fine. What questions do I have? Everyone use Supabase? Everyone? Yeah, okay. Any questions? Wembo will answer them for you. How many of you have been to a Supabase meetup before? Okay, Hayden in the back. How many of you would be willing to host a Supabase meetup? Okay, I will give you Supabase credits and swag. So Craig at supabase.com, IO, whatever, email me. We would love for you to host. How many of you would be willing to make a Supabase video? Anyone? We would love that. We will give you money if you want to make a Supabase tutorial, YouTube, whatever. Again, just reach out. We are super excited over the next year to empower as many people in our community to build cool stuff, teach each other how to make things. So literally, if you're I have an idea for a video I want to make, put it out on YouTube, we will pay you to do it. So reach out at any point. And so in I think 1 or 2 minutes, Ant is going to come up with James. So James is a co-founder of Firebase. For those who don't know, we often, in our marketing language, compare ourselves to them. For those who don't know, Firebase was a YC company over a decade ago. Cool. And they got acquired by Google. And they're still around. But yeah, we modeled a lot of our ideas after them in the beginning. OK, so without further ado, James, co-founder, CEO of Firebase, and Ant. Thank you.
Welcome. So this is super, super, super exciting for us. Obviously, Firebase, as I explained this morning in the keynote, was a huge inspiration for Supabase. So I just want to thank James for coming down today, and maybe just a quick round of applause for building such an awesome database.
It's great to be here.
And my first question, obviously, is why are British people so damn good at building database companies?
We take inspiration from the Queen, now the King, I guess. I don't know.
So you have actually known about Supabase for a long time. Can you remember when you first heard that we were building this?
So the first time I heard about Supabase was when you and Paul pitched me. So in the summer of 2020, I got some outreach. I think it was Gustav was your YC partner. One of the YC partners reached out and they were like, you have to talk to Paul and Ant. They're building something amazing. And we spoke and we had a great conversation, but there were just there was kind of these two waves of backend as a service wave. There was the 2011, 2012 wave. And I think I counted there were 43 kind of database as a service, backend as a service folks. And there was this second wave around, when you guys started, and I had gotten like a handful of these pitches, and I was like, they seem lovely. I think Paul was in Singapore at the time, and I didn't invest and didn't join you on the journey, which I now deeply regret. So that's when I first learned about Supabase.
How did it feel, us positioning ourselves as a Firebase alternative?
It made a lot of sense. So I left Firebase. My Firebase journey was from 2011, and then I left Google about 2018, early 2018. So it had been about 2 years coming, or in between leaving Firebase and talking to you. And one of the things that I had heard consistently from our community was open source, open source, open source. And so I think your positioning was brilliant. We open sourced our client SDKs on Android and iOS, and web, of course, but the core of our platform was, I wanted to open source like a reference implementation, but there were things at Google that didn't allow me to do that. And so I think your positioning as open source both resonated with the developer community and was just a smart move.
Because you did make efforts in Google to open source Firebase, right?
And we did. Well, all of our clients are open source, but kind of the internals ended up, when we got acquired, moved to the proprietary Google stack. And as a result, it was hard to open source those.
Yeah. How long were you working on Firebase before the Google acquisition?
It's about 3.5 years.
And
3.5,
post?
4 years.
And then post?
About the same time.
What was the big differences between those two periods?
So I never got the memo that I had sold the company. So we joined Google, and in acquisition talks, and we can get into like why we chose to do the acquisition. But in acquisition talks, it's often continue your vision just with more resources, and all of those things happened. But there was, there's all of the pros and there's all of the cons of joining a company like Google. And I continued to work extremely hard, but when we were independent, I could my co-founder Andrew and I could kind of tack and control what was going on internally. But once you join a bigger company, you're both contending with the market, and there's just a lot of internal stakeholders. And so we ended up becoming the vehicle that Google shipped everything on mobile for. And that just took a lot of time and energy and effort to kind of herd all of those cats.
Wow. So I definitely do want to hear the story about why the acquisition happens. Like, what was the biggest driver behind that?
So if things are going really well, there's 3 good reasons to sell a company. 1 is the founders are tired. 2 is if there's some existential threat. And 3 is if you capture like a substantial amount of value that you will capture in the future without risk now. And all 3 of those ended up being true. Like Firebase was our 4th company together, my co-founder and I. At the time, every major player had a hosted database offering available on mobile. So Facebook could purchase Pass, Azure and AWS had offerings. And then Google came along and said to us, like, hey, we're going to throw 100 Google engineers at this. I think at the time we were 30 or 40 people.
Wow.
You can come and be that, or we're going to just straight up compete with you. And then the price was, we went to raise a Series B, and the pre-money on the B, the acquisition price was 3x that. So it was like a very, very compelling offer. Now, in hindsight, we were 7.5 years in on the entrepreneurial journey. So all of those added up to the decision being made. In hindsight, I wouldn't have been scared of Google competing with us. I think, as Guillermo was talking about earlier, developer experience is the be-all and end-all in this space. And just big companies aren't going to do that nowhere as good as a smaller company with a passionate community who's doing things like this with their community.
That is such a magical moment, because for anyone who's pitched VCs, the question you fear typically the most is, well, what if Google decides to do this? What if Amazon decides to do this? A magical moment for us was realizing that actually you can compete with the major clouds on some stuff.
The only place I would be scared of competing with a Google, etc., is if cost is the primary differentiator, or if it's just absurdly large technical complexity. And yeah, I think DX was the driver here. And so in hindsight, I wouldn't be worried, and I don't think any of you, the question of what if Google does this is 90-something% of the time, like, not a concern.
But it's also not cheap to start a database company. Compute is very expensive, which is why I shut down so many of your instances constantly. Can you remember when you started to monetize?
So we started charging, we went GA in the summer of 2013. So it was 2 years after we started building, we went GA.
So you went out, you didn't charge, you got a bunch of traction. Can you remember like how many apps did you have, or roughly how many users?
So I think we had about 50,000 apps, active apps, when we did our Series A, which was right before we went GA. And we had a few paying customers, so we powered the chat on Twitch, like Twitch's sidebar. We powered a bunch of like major American TV networks, had some applications that we powered. And we had all these interesting applications, like the mayor of Taiwan ran for re-election and built an app on Firebase. The University of Texas was using us to like monitor all their supercomputer cores. So we had all of these really interesting use cases, and then we were able to go and raise a Series A off the back of that, and then started charging. And then when we sold to Google, which was 18 months later, I think it was about 130,000 active apps.
Wow. All of the use cases you described there, it didn't sound like loads of them were mobile necessarily. Did the focus on mobile come more post-acquisition?
So Firebase, I don't know, I'm old now, but if you remember, way back to 2012 when we launched, the tagline was a scalable real-time backend for your web app. That was like the title on the homepage, and we had this exploded diagram of like a website, and then some things back there, and eventually a database. And it was, the original database was a JSON object that syncs. That was the whole premise in its simplicity was, you have a JSON object, it's in your browser, you write to it, everyone else gets it. Angular was like one of the big things at the time, and they had this like two-way binding between the model and the controller, and we called that three-way binding. One of the big growth hacks we had earlier was hooking up to Angular and the Angular community, and we built this open source binding. And so this JSON object that syncs piece was really the core, and it was really simple, it was really easy, and from that we kind of pulled out all of these other auth and functions and object storage and et cetera, et cetera.
And then when mobile really took off, like with people developing iPhone apps, where did that fit into your timeline? Was that?
So I think that we around the time we went GA, we released iPhone and Android clients. So again, it was like 2 years into building the product.
And was that a big boost?
No. Like all of our initial growth was Angular, Backbone, Ember, Vue. Like Svelte was not yet a thing. So we hooked up to all these front-end frameworks. And the mobile, like we built an interop between core data on the iPhone, which was the closest analogy we had there. But mobile really kicked into gear. We had joined Google, and I spent a long time with the Android team, and we got shipped inside Google Play services. And so we were on every Android device on Earth. And we talked to the Google Cloud Messaging team, and we got them to rebrand it Google Firebase Cloud Messaging. So if you wanted to send a push notification to any Android app on the planet, you had to install the Firebase SDK. And mobile really took off. It was on the rise pre-acquisition, but then post-acquisition is when it went through the roof.
And now the Firebase brand is an umbrella for like a much broader suite of tools in the Google ecosystem, right? Did you ever like think that that would happen, that it would be so big and so broad under Google?
So my co-founder and I wrote a vision document before we even wrote a line of code. And it was be the simplest to understand and the easiest to use development platform in the world. And that was the North Star before we ever did anything. And when we joined Google, everything was wonderful. And we joined cloud, and we had this like very strong mandate, and like we're going to come and join cloud, and like we're going to retain the brand. It's going to look like the Instagram acquisition, and we're just going to like be over here, and we're going to build our thing. And then 6 months later, post acquisition, I come into work, and there's an email from Sundar to like all of Google, and it's like we're creating a new product area. And for those of you who don't know, a Google product area is like Chrome or YouTube or Android. So we're creating a new product area, and it's going to be codenamed Google Mobile Platform. And it's going to be the delivery vehicle for all of our developer tools on mobile. And I was kind of sitting there like, but you bought us like 6 months ago. And one of the things I learned about Google is it's such a thousand flowers bloom culture, and it's like so much is going on internally. And long story short, we ended up combining forces with this new product area, and the vision expanded substantially. We always wanted to go there, but it kind of got accelerated. And some inside baseball, the Pass acquisition, Pass was another back end of the service at the time. Pass had caught the attention of the Google Ads folks. And the Google Ads folks were saying, well, if Facebook gets all of the developers, then they can put in front of them Facebook's ad products, and we may get disintermediated. So we need to have an offering for developers. And so that's where this initiative came from. And ads at the time was, and maybe still is, I don't have the latest information, but ads at the time drove, had a lot of weight inside Google. And so that was, all of the matrixed resources, marketing and biz dev and all of these things were spun up to focus on this. And that's, Firebase had a big launch at I/O 2016 where we went from 3 or 4 products to like 11. And that was kind of a result of this new product area.
I'm fascinated to hear about this vision document that you wrote before you did anything else. Like, where did the motivation, the insight come from to know that that's what you wanted to build?
So my co-founder and I had done 3 startups prior to this. And the third one was what we called Facebook-style chat for any website. So in 2010, 2011, Facebook launched this bottom bar on the Facebook web experience where you could talk to your friends. And so we built this. You could drop in a couple lines of JavaScript, and fan sites and forums and games could get this experience for themselves. And our biggest customers really, really wanted to customize this experience. So they were like, I want a div here, and I want it this color, and I want these people in it. And so we started building all of these knobs and buttons and dials, and eventually it dawned on us that the full expression of choice happens through code. And my co-founder, Andrew, is credited with the insight of, hey, if we just remove the UI abstraction and we expose this as an API, and we have this sync primitive, this JSON object that syncs, you can not just build chat, but you can build anything. And as developers ourselves, we saw the browser is now a thing, the phone is now a thing, the front-end developer it's becoming an art and a profession, and being able to empower web and mobile devs to build without the permission of spinning up a VM and getting a back-end engineering team and an SRE and all of these other pieces. What Supabase does amazingly well today, empowering those people was going to be huge. And so credit to Andrew is, he set us off down that track.
Yeah. You mentioned a couple of times already Parse. Can you explain what Parse is? And I'm not sure I know, when did they start? Was that around the same time as Firebase, or was it after?
So we were actually in the same Y Combinator batch as Parse. So yeah, same time. And then, yeah, Parse was a backend as a service. I believe their database was MongoDB, and they kind of built horizontally very, very quickly. Their execution speed was incredible. And we went deep into the database and built this real-time database. And real-time, at the time, you had to pull to refresh, and you were like hitting the refresh button on your web browser to get the latest. It was back in the dark ages.
And did it feel like proper competition with them at the time?
Not so much. It was because our whole angle was real-time. We focused on business collaboration. We focused on social use cases. We focused on, there was a lot of IoT type stuff. So that, later down the line we started competing, but in the first couple of years, it didn't.
And so everyone knows Parse was acquired by Facebook, who I think at the time planned to build a larger developer platform, if I remember, which they then didn't do, and so they open sourced the Parse technology, which is available today, which is cool. But obviously a shame that another great dev tools company kind of got shut down.
Some fun inside baseball. We at Google, when the Parse shutdown announcement was made, we called Facebook and Kevin, who was the CTO of Parse, and we were like, is there a chance that we could acquire you? And unfortunately, due to execs at big companies, that didn't happen. But that's some inside baseball.
Crazy. Another question I had was, is there an alternate reality where you didn't join Google, but you joined a Facebook or a Microsoft? Did you have conversations with anyone else?
So during the acquisition, we were talking to, I think, 4 folks. We talked to Dropbox, Box, Salesforce, Apple, and Google. So I guess 5 companies. And Google was the one we were most spiritually aligned with. We loved their culture. We loved their technical chops. All of the Google infrastructure stack, being able to use that. I think Guillermo is talking about this as well, like the day one versus the day 1000. Like, yes, you need day one, but you also need the day 1000 experience. And Wales, you have these big companies that in the developer tooling space, they will drive all of your revenue. It's a superpower law in developer tools and databases. And we were seeing our biggest customers either run into scaling issues, or as they grew into more mature companies, they just wanted so much more from us. And so partnering with one of the big 3 clouds and having that story where a Firebase project and a GCP project is the same thing. You're actually building on the same infrastructure, and so you can pick and choose. And so Google was really the only the choice that we wanted. Otherwise, we would have kept going independently. And running the counterfactual on what that would have looked like to continue running independently is very difficult. I'm very happy with the path we took, getting to be deployed on every Android device, getting Google's weight behind us. So I'm very happy with the decisions we made, and it's letting me do what I've done and building a new thing now. But yeah, it's
And you mentioned that Parse was built on MongoDB, and you had this big vision for the platform. Were you very opinionated about what technology you chose underneath, or were you not? Because the framing for the question is, we're very much all in on Postgres. We care that it's Postgres. There's a lot of reasons for that. Did you care so much about the underlying database technology?
To the extent that it made our user experience work, yes. So we were Scala, like entirely Scala, and we had the Akka framework and its concurrency primitives were really useful for our real-time pieces. And then we had this like custom chunking logic that ended up storing bits inside Mongo. It was Mongo under the hood, and then eventually I think it was RocksDB. But no, the short answer is no. I think that your choice of Postgres has been phenomenal. Like, I think strategically your positioning of open source and your positioning of Postgres are like two incredibly prescient strategic choices, and I see why you've done it, and I see how well it's worked for you, and I'm just super impressed with the company that you've built, with the community that you've built, the developer experience that you've built. Hats off to you, and not just the soft stuff, but the hard choices, hard technical choices that you made as well. It's been a treat to watch you grow.
How have you felt about the move? Well, at least to us, it feels like there's been a move back from NoSQL more to transactional, to SQL-based databases. Like, do you think that's a smart move?
I haven't built recently, so I'm not sure I have a strong opinion on this. I certainly think, like, especially with PG Vector and some of the embeddings pieces in the AI space, it makes a lot of sense. Like, query planners have gotten more powerful, so you can, the beauty of a NoSQL database is you could think about schemas, a little less rigidly. I don't have a strong opinion there.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And you mentioned you're working on something now. What are you working on?
So yeah, I'm building a new project. It's codenamed Cradle, and we're working on evaluations for state-of-the-art frontier AI models. So we think that if you put an AI inside a simulation, 3D simulation, you get much more information about a model. You get to understand its behavior, its deceptiveness, these qualitative traits like deception and curiosity and reasoning and planning, way better than if you just ask it Q&A. The difference between testing somebody on an SAT versus giving them, a work trial at your company for a week, you're going to get so much more data. So yeah, AI is going to be the most consequential invention of all humanity thus far, and so being able to understand where that's going and hopefully steer it is what I'm up to now.
Wow. And
so Cradle.ai, Cradle with a K. We own Cradle with a C as well, but Cradle with a K.ai.
How many co-founders?
Just one.
Just you?
Just one. One other co-founder. So me and one other. We've got 2 former Firebases working on it as well. But yeah, my co-founder is a former Firebase customer. He was one of the early Firebase customers, and then he used to run TensorFlow at Google.
Wow. I'm curious, did any of the early Firebase team themselves go on and build startups?
They did, yeah. Employees 1 and 3 went through Y Combinator in 2019, I think a year before you. And then a lot of the early, one of them built KubeCost and recently sold it to IBM, I believe.
Wow.
There's been a handful of like Firebase Mafia. But a lot of, like, one of the things I really cared about at Firebase was culture. The first 6 Firebases and families, we get together every 2 years, we rent a big house somewhere in the world, and it's cool to see kids getting added to the mix as the years go by. So there's still a really strong, the Firebase alumni community all has like an email list, and we all stay in touch and get together when we're in the same places in the world. So.
And did everyone understand and agree and were excited by the acquisition?
Yes. I think what often gets said about we're going to make it better with acquirers' resources happened. 2, we got to do the same work. 3, we were all working with the same people. Like, we worked over in the Google SF headquarters, and so we were able to like pull amazing Googlers who were like on the G bus to Mountain View every day. So we got to pull them in and work with them. And then getting a bunch of money didn't hurt either.
Definitely. No, that's really cool. And then tips for like building that culture. Like, what were if you were to summarize the early Firebase culture, like what were the things that the team all had?
So the team all had a focus on the developer, and that focus came in the form of curiosity, It came in the form of being friendly and community-driven. It came in the form of feeling their pain. Like we institutionalized developer feedbacks where before any product was shipped, like the person who built the thing had to sit with minimum 5 people and just shut up and not say anything and watch them use it. And feeling your customer's pain was developed and engendered a sense of empathy. We had all of these silly holidays and traditions. Like my co-founder, one of them is, the famous ones is Bring Your Pineapple to Work Day, which is now like a national thing. Like that Dole, the pineapple company, celebrates. He brought a pineapple into work from Safeway just over here. I was like, Andrew, why do you have a pineapple? He was like, it's Bring Your Pineapple to Work Day. See, it's on the calendar. And then a year later, both of us show up to work and employee number 2 has brought in a pineapple. And we were like, why do you have a pineapple? He's like, I don't know, it was on the calendar. And then like fast forward 7 years, we're at Google and we've got like hundreds of people at Google bringing pineapples and canned pineapples and apples called pine and pineapple ice cream and dressing like pineapples. So we had a lot of fun with it as well. I know we're down to 3 minutes, so I have a question for you actually. I'm curious how Firebase has influenced your journey with Supabase.
So much. I think the big insight for us was people just want to communicate directly to the database. They don't want to have to write this API layer. Having auth live close to the API is clearly just a big unlock for people. Because like I just remember building a simple CRUD application and 80% of the work was like writing the API, putting the auth in the API layer, which we felt like we didn't have to do with Firebase. The other thing was landing on the website, clicking a few buttons, and then seeing your data in the browser. Just felt like something that no one else was really doing. And I'm sure there's a way to do it in AWS, but it's just complicated and it took a long time. And we would sit in the first few weeks of Supabase with a stopwatch, and we would do a speed run of how long it would take us to land on the Firebase website, make an account, spin up a database, make your first query, and we could do it in 45 seconds on Firebase. And we were like, that's what we need to beat. And we just kept iterating on the infrastructure. How can we deploy faster? How can we get it in the browser? How can we enable people to make queries and store data from the browser itself as quickly as possible? We did it in RDS Postgres, and it took like 18.5 minutes or something. And this is when you know what buttons to press, and you really do speedrun. So all of that stuff for us was just super inspirational. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, it's been an absolute joy to watch you grow, and from all of the developers around the world, like, thank you for building such an amazing tool. And there are, like I'm building my new thing on Firebase, and there's pieces of it that I look at and I kind of see the Google, I can like understand why things are like not the way I would like them to be, and to see you guys come along and just build something amazing is really cool. So thank you for the work you're doing.
Do you have a Supabase account?
I do.
Have you tried it?
I haven't built a full application with it. But I get all of your emails on like the cadence of like the launch weeks and the cadence at which you ship. You're running the playbook, the Hacker News launches, you're running the playbook that we ran back in the day and doing it exceptionally well.
Yeah. Well, again, thank you so much for building Firebase. Thank you so much for being so open to us approaching you. You gave us a lot of advice. James came in and did a remote all hands with the whole team. I think it was maybe 2021 or 2022, and we continue to learn a lot from you, so thanks a lot. And thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
Thanks, man. That was fun. Yo, so what a day. Like we said at the start, this is the first time we've done this. It's not going to be the last. We had a total blast today. I hope you guys did too. We're looking forward to hanging out and meeting more of you guys. We're going to be over in the other building for an after party, which starts in 10 minutes. So we can hang out, have a drink.
There's actually one, is this working?
Do you want to talk into
mic check? There's actually a tradition that we usually do at the end of a launch week, every single Supabase launch week, and that's that we have frozen margaritas. And there's a competition between Ant and another guy here, Alistair, who makes the best frozen margarita. So hopefully we've got some on the tables over there to celebrate. I'm looking forward to hanging out with all of you, and let's have a great night.
And see you next year.
Thanks, everyone.